Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I saw my banner go across as soon as I clicked on StreamYard. I just started giggling. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm still sick, so I think I still sound it to myself. So I don't know how long I'll be able to be on today just because I'm completely out of wind. I have bronchitis and I'm sure I still have a kidney infection but I'm on an antibiotic for the next 6 days. So I don't know how long I'll be on, but I'll try my best. Oh, Linda, I am feeling so much better. And I sound like shit, but I feel so much better than I did. Thank you. I was so sick. Starting last Tuesday, I could just feel it. Oof. I'm better, but oh boy, I was down. I remember Friday. I don't even remember much. Aw, bless your heart, Sandy. I miss you too. I don't want to cough through my whole show, but I had this whole thing prepared. Oh, Arlene, thank you. I had this whole thing, like I was going to talk about, what was I going to talk about? What was the name of the show? I got to go to StreamYard. I can't remember what I was going to. What are I going to call it? Oh, the examples. I remember now. And I started working on the PowerPoint and I just got so sleepy. But I'm not sleeping because when you're sick, you don't really sleep, but you want to sleep. But I've lost 12 pounds. Yay! Definitely lost weight. It's been great. Well, thank you, Rebecca. It's good to be missed. I have worked every day. I just turned in an offer. So if you don't know, mortgage rates are down. So yippee-ki-yay, rates are down. I just looked at the 5-1, which is an adjustable rate mortgage, which if you don't live in the United States, you may not have adjustable rates. But an adjustable rate mortgage is one where the rate changes every year. In this case, it's every year for 5 years, and then you can re-amortize it. So the rates for a 5-1 every 5 years adjusted, it is really low. I mean, low compared to the last 18 months. Low, like 5. What was it? What did I say it was today? It was a 5-1 adjustable rate on an FHA is 5.95. No, 5.69. 5.69. If you're refinancing, and I'm not a mortgage broker, a 5-1 FHA adjustable is 5.63. So, rest, drink. Ooh. So about, what was it? What day was it? Saturday night. Oh, I was like, I can feel my kidneys. And I shouldn't be. So I actually went to the doctor Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. And it's the first time I've ever been to urgent care. I've had Capital Health Plan is a very popular insurance here in Tallahassee or in the Big Bend area. And I've had it with Obamacare for several years, but I've never had to go to urgent care because I haven't been that sick. So I went and I had this doctor, Henry Gunter, Gunter. And if you ever get to see him, he was so much fun. He was fabulous. So Henry Gunter, and he was shocked I had not been on an antibiotic in a very long time, but I had. So he scheduled me, for an antibiotic for my kidney, and all is done. Patty, we have a 6,000 square foot home. We want to downsize to a 3,000 square foot home. Got a bid from a contractor to build. And he said, well, Jeannie, I don't know where you live. And I don't know how much your land costs. So the cost to build is your land, your utility connections, creating a site, because just because you have the land, you need, it could be vacant land. With vacant land, until there's utilities on it, it's not a site. So then it becomes a site. And then it's your cost to build. So it really does depend on where you're going. And what is it to sell your house? Like if you're selling your house and it's 6,000 square feet, what's that going to be? No, that's a little accurate, Rebecca. But the reason why the rates are going down is because treasury yields are going down. And when treasury yields go down, the rates go down. It's a good thing. It's a very, very good thing. So when treasury yields go down, then there's a lot of money in the treasury. Then the Fed, it will be forced to physically, like they had a meeting today behind closed doors. Then they'll be forced to lower the rate. That's when it's a good thing. But Jeannie, I would need a lot more information as to your cost to $1 million. Where's the wood coming from? Where's the structure coming from? Where's the roofing coming from? I mean, there's a lot more to it than it's costing $1 million. Because I'm an appraiser. I just did a new construction here in town, and the guy's building 2 properties on one parcel. It's 2 houses. One is 800 square, like it's an ADU, so it's an accessory dwelling unit. It's a detached house, but they both will be metered. One is 800 square feet. One is 1,900 square feet. And he already owned the land. So all of that together was like, I think his cost to build, which depending on what you're going to put in it, was like 400. That's 2,500 square feet. So I don't know where $1 million's coming from. Thank you, your latex spouse. I hope you're doing well. Kaza, hi. Hi, John. Hi, Creative. Hey, Michael. Cleveland. Anyone going to be watching the Daybell trial? I tried to listen to that woman, not the woman, the prosecuting woman, give the opening statement. And if I were the jury, I'd be so bored. I was watching it on trial TV. Did anyone listen to her? I just speed her up. I know not everyone could be Georgia or Sarah Catherine, but. Hi, Susan. How are you? Susan called me this week. Susan was surprised that I wasn't smoking gravel and a pack of Marlboros. Polly, want a cracker? Nice to see your name. Hi, D Love of God. Rest, rest, rest. Well, I'm self-employed, so I still have to work. I'm the only one who can sign the broker documents, so I still have to work. Hi, my dog named Bo. Roscoe did keep me company. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kim. That's very nice of you. My hair is flat because it's pouring down rain today. And I'm desperate for a trim. I mean, there was a tornado warning here a little bit ago. Rest and drink some bourbon. You know, I don't have any bourbon. But I've been resting and working from my bed. Hi, Allison. My father's alibi. Hold on one second. Hi. 1 second. Which one now? Oh, fantastic. Well, I don't ride them.
Well, obviously. I mean, they still look pretty good. I did get you a quote just in case for the exhaust manifolds.
Okay.
And that's worst case scenario.
How much is that? 1,000?
Right at 1,000. I could probably take about 10-15% of that off.
Okay.
And I did put a little hose on your windshield washer fluids.
Okay, how much is that?
Nothing. I usually keep stuff like that. It's like shop supplies.
Okay.
I just haven't run out.
All right.
So that little fix.
How do I pay you the $50?
Zelle, Cash App, or cash check, or credit card. Tablet.
All right. Let me get the cash.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. I have to pay my buddy Matt for work on my truck. Hold on. Don't look where I keep my money.
Okay.
Just kidding.
I know, you're fine.
Here we go. How much is it?
$50 just for the day.
I don't know if I have it. Here, you'll owe me 10 later. For 60. Okay.
Well,
unless you have change.
I don't have change.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, then you'll.
40's good.
Okay. Dear Matt. All right. Thanks, dear.
Yeah, it's not a big deal on the exhaust. It's just whenever you want to get it done or you start hearing it and it's annoying.
Okay.
It's annoying too.
I have a big closing. Should be the middle of May, so we'll plan on it. I'll just budget 1,000 for it.
That'll work.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for the quote.
No problem.
Bye-bye. Sorry about that. I have a mobile mechanic and my windshield wiper hose on my truck cracked. So he came and fixed it for me so that my wiper fluid will work. His name's Matt. If anybody is local and wants a good guy, he's a good guy. And he comes to me. I don't have to do anything. That's what I like. Never leaving my house. Our cost of service goes down. That's right. So the beauty of what's going on, which no one will believe me in, it doesn't even really matter if you do or you don't. But I'm super excited because we have a massive amount of debt. I mean, 32 trillion, it's unsaleable, right? You can't keep it up. And June is the time for, I guess, our government to refinance. So when rates are lower, the government, the feds, will be forced to refinance our debt, and it'll be a much lower debt yield, like what she's saying, to go down, which then will even out things. And so for the man in Cleveland or the man in Detroit or the man in Stilton, Pennsylvania, or for, you know, just the human, just the normal person here, it'll cost less to live. So that's the bigger picture of it. And yes, other countries are not going to like it. It's true. But we have so much debt that the United States doesn't fix the debt. We're going to have a bigger problem throughout the world, not just here. So that being said, I'm very excited. Yeah, we have I mean, we can't have $32 trillion in debt. We don't have enough people. There's not enough people to pay it. Hi, Forensic. Senate passed a huge bill at 3M. Now House has to do the same. I don't know what bill it was, but my guess is, from what I read, Trump will be vetoing. If it has anything to do with tariffs, he's not going to pass the bill, so it doesn't matter. You grew up in Huntington, West Virginia. It's a nice area. I thought if I retired, I might go up there. Thank you, Robin. Tequila could work. I do not do tequila. My hair, silky. Well, I mean, overall it is. I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, your house is in West Virginia? It's $1 million? How much is the land? I got to go back to where she's saying that. Just the construction. It wouldn't be that expensive here. And it's Florida. We have so many more codes. I'd have to see that whole estimate. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm telling you, it wouldn't cost that much here. Charleston area, beautiful. Is it because you have to go up a mountain? Why is my watch like literally is just going off? It's about to die. Born and raised, nice. I would seriously have thought about moving to West Virginia in the next few years. Because it's close to my family without having to go to Harrisburg, because I don't want to go to Harrisburg. And it's close to Kentucky, and it's beautiful. You can barely get a townhouse in Ottawa for under $600,000. Let's show up. What's Ontario? What do you get? Let's see, what is there under 400,000? Well, there's a couple. There's 5. There's some townhomes under there. 364, 350. I don't know if it's livable. 60. There's 60 units in Ottawa under 400,000. Let's see what it is. Let's compare it to Tallahassee. Not that many. $152. That's everywhere around here. Let me get this out. No apartments are coming. You go to the United States and then it clicks on everything. 136 homes between 300 and 400 compared to the 60 in Ottawa. And that is getting you nothing, maybe 1.5 baths. That's the way it is in Harrisburg. Do you know what it takes to buy a house in Harrisburg with 2 bathrooms? $23 homes. That's it. In Harrisburg, PA. Between 300 and 400 with 2 baths. If you take it down to 1.5 baths, so bad. Because the homes are so old. They're 69. So it's not that great at all. 1.5 baths in more industrial areas is the way it is. Houses are on top of each other, a little less than a square yard. Little square for yard. I know, but have you been to Florida? Your mom is a real estate agent here. But 400,000 Canadian is like 280. I wonder if that's gonna last. I wonder if that'll change, because I don't know anything about like dollar exchanges. Jimmy said, I moved to Florida a little over a year ago. I live on a Berry Island across from Vero Beach. Sunny, she doesn't come in here very much, but Sunny moved to Vero. You'd rather have land in a small house? Her house is worth probably $2 million, and here we are in this tiny house built in 1900. I don't really care about the house though anymore. Is that bad? Is that an age thing? Really don't care. I don't think I ever really did. I don't care about a house size. If the bigger the house, the bigger the payment, the bigger the maintenance. I mean, if I had a ton of money to put in the house just to save on taxes or something, but or even right now, the way our tax structure is, interest rate, writing off. Here we write off interest on a mortgage. Doesn't always work. I know, the bigger they get, the more. They told you $400 a square foot? You need a new builder. Holy shizzle. That's insane. Stop it. No way. You need a new, you're getting screwed. Unless you're going up like a tiny hill, like a rocky mountain, and they got to crane your crap in, no way. No. Hey Gladys, how are you? Absolutely not. No. How could it be cheaper here than there in West Virginia? You got to shop them. If all you're doing is downsizing, drywall, I mean, you're not putting terrazzo in or travertine marble or, no way should it cost that much. Just to build 400. No, you're being screwed. You need to like completely have like 10 builders come in, professional estimators. No. No way would I pay that much right now. Wait 6 months, Jeannie. Wait 6 months. Wait 3 months. No way. I'm so sorry, but that's outrageous. I mean, what are they building on? Should not be that high. Is it a 2-story or a 1-story? Don't even, it's going to make my head chop up. Like I'm literally going to get. I'm looking up square foot, 3,000 square feet in Charleston area. I obviously don't know how much land you're going to have. That it literally makes no sense. A 3,500 square foot home is $420 there. There's no way it would cost that much to build. You're being completely screwed. Let's see what year built is. There are no new builds. $2,000. Is it 4,300? $749. I'd have to see what the land is. I just can't find that. I just find that so hard to believe. You'd be better off selling or buying some other existing home and gutting it. Any advice for a reno to a master bath or kitchen? Should we wait 6 months or so? Do you have to borrow the money to do it, my dog? Or are you doing it yourself? So if you don't have to borrow the money to do it, just do it. Just try to buy. I mean, granite's already here. You're not paying a tariff on something that's being imported because the majority of those products are already going to be present. So I would just do it now. Enjoy your home. So things like that, it's so small on the scale. It's big for you, my dog. But in the end, in the overall economic, it's so small on any scale. It shouldn't affect you that badly. I mean, paint's already outrageous. If you're waiting for prices to go down because you don't want to pay $100 for a gallon of paint, then I'd wait. I'd wait 3 months. I wouldn't wait 6. Just because I think I think if 50 countries, and I'm not a financial expert, I read a lot. That's it. If 50 countries are already coming to the table, but I wouldn't wait. If I wanted my bathroom, I want my bathroom. If I have the money and I'm not borrowing the money, I'm going to fix my bathroom. And then how long are you going to live in the house? A few $100s extra for paint over the next 15 years is minuscule. It's not going to matter. So just enjoy your life. Now, paint is outrageous. It's outrageous. And the painters think that they're painting emeralds, into the house. Now, a good painter could be worth it, but there's a guy. I can't even say names. I won't. Outrageous here. A good painter should save you time. They shouldn't be throwing up tape, and they should be cleaning up after themselves. But still, my house is so old that the floors upstairs are slanted, and the 2 rooms up there have those low ceilings in part of the room. Well, we've had that discussion. So are you on a basement, Jeannie? Oh, I'm sorry it makes you so mad. But I think you really do need to shop it and shop it and shop it. The more you shop, the more information you have. We would, if you could find anything, something we like, land out. I cannot. Land around there is 100,000. Maybe everyone had the same idea I had. About moving to West Virginia. Hi, Max. How are you? Thank you, Jeannie. I'll be praying for you, but I would get 15 quotes. I wouldn't stop. $16,000. You gutted your kitchen to the walls. Then had the painter paint the rest of my 2 levels. $16,000 for that isn't bad here. You'll be on an acre. One story, 80% brick and hardy board, new construction. How much is... We don't build with brick here anymore. Like even brick facade, it's too expensive. Everything is either hardy or hardy. It's far too expensive. That's your expense probably, is the brick. When I first started selling homes and I worked for Turner Heritage, which was a new construction build, it was $1 a brick. I can't even imagine what it is right now to put up a brick. It's an art, but I bet that's where your cost is. Hi, Murder. How are you? I don't regret downsizing. I have more land, less house, and was able to give my son money. Oh, good for you, Jeannie. I mean, that's what it's all about. You can't take it with you. You cannot take it with you, dear. How am I feeling? I feel winded. I do. I don't feel old, but I feel winded. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, oh. So when I went to the doctor, of course, I took a shower before I went. It was 9 o'clock. So I had this all pulled up into a ponytail. I was like, so I pulled it into a ponytail because I wasn't curling my hair to go to the doctor. And he's like, he walks in. He was so funny. He's like, you're sweaty. No shit. I said, I have a fever. Fever. Yes, I'm sweaty. Aw, thanks, Murder. Brick facade is very expensive as well. We redid our garage. It cost $15,000. And then another $1,000 to cut down the big dying cedars, but it was worth it. Cedars will suck your foundation. Be very careful with those. That's right. Hi, Margaret. How are you? Hardy board is one of the cheapest. Here in Florida, it's nice because it's of insurance. Hardy, they like it because it's that concrete composite. Let me check X. Every 15 minutes, I really try to get on Twitter and check it because you never know. Make sure, you know, the world didn't collapse in 15 minutes. Did anyone see Jibs and Jab's video lately? Oh, I'm seeing. Oh, that's right. I like Augusta Nationals coming up. Has anyone seen Jibs? Jibs and Jab. So I'm so sorry I'm on such a delay. I had asked about this Elliot Roy Jacobs. And it's hard for me to show you everything because it has addresses on it. As soon as YouTube sees, I might do it on Facebook. As soon as YouTube sees an address, they're like, ah, don't show an address. I might actually just do it on the Facebook Live because they don't, you know, every platform has its own rules. Plus, you can share music on Facebook. But this Elliot Roy Jacobs, that I believe is the brother of Donna Adelson. I emailed a woman just to see if she was related, just see if I was on the right path. See if the email bounced back, you know, lots of things. You just email just to check, right? Shouldn't harm anybody. Doesn't. I mean, the man's been dead several years. If she's crying over a stranger's email, then there's not other issues, and I'm very sorry. But you email. The email never bounced. She just never responded. So this woman named Erin Rickards who I will continue to call by her name because that is the beginning of wisdom, says Confucius, blasted me for emailing somebody to double check, right, before I say anything. She doesn't really seem to think that's a thing. She doesn't seem to think that you should trust but verify or verify and then trust. No. Unless she's doing it. She's doing it. It's for perfectly fine. The rest of us are unhinged. And the rest of us are insane. Or the rest of us need mental assistance. See, I lived with people who would say to someone that you have a mental health problem if they didn't agree with you, because they couldn't argue on the fact. They would have to minimize you and dehumanize you to argue and to have an equal playing field. That's how they act. And I want to quote, because you know I'm not feeling good, so I'm going to get a quote before I continue. And then they'll be like, Patty, you keep bringing it up. Patty, why are you bringing it up? Because I freaking feel like it. Because I want to. That's why. So if I didn't want to, I wouldn't do it. I mean, that's just facts, right? So if someone says, you're distraught, or you have a mental health problem, or you're in a state of decline, does that mean you are? No. Does that mean they're right? No. I mean, technically, the second we're born, we're all in a state of decline. It's true. Does it mean you're emotionally unhinged because you ask more questions than other people? No. Does it make you emotionally unhinged to ask fewer questions? No. Does it make you emotionally unhinged to expect people to respect your privacy? No. It really doesn't. Does it make you emotionally unhinged to threaten or to use people's past against them? Sometimes. Sometimes it's an emotional issue. Sometimes it's a psychological issue. Sometimes it's a game. It's just a play, right? It's a play. Other times it's just because you feel like it and you get off on it. And that's where I think we're at. I think she gets off on it. I went through, even though I'm blocked, see, this is why I love Twitter so much. Even when you're blocked, you can see someone's Twitter history. Hers only goes back to 2024. Erin. She's deleted the rest of it. Deleted it. She says on her YouTube that all her videos are up. They're not all up. They're absolutely not all up. Who cares, right? They're her videos. I'm a capitalist first. You don't want all your Twitter up? You don't put it up. You don't want to, but don't lie about it. That's my problem with it. And that's my problem with anyone. It's not just her. It's our tagline for selling homes is the story we create sells houses. Do you know what I mean by that? Do you know what I mean by the story we create? So my business partner stages homes. He does a phenomenal job. He does it because he's talented at it. And because when we met, I said, you have something special. And I knew as a buyer's agent. I was a buyer's agent first. Before I started listing, I worked for Rebecca Rivers, who owns the Keller Williams here in town, and I was a buyer's agent. And I was a buyer's agent with Turner Heritage Homes. And I knew when you work new construction, the builders stage homes. And why is that? Because they're telling you a story. This is what it's like to live here. Now, granted, you can't afford the furniture. You can't afford to buy all new furniture, but we're still sharing a story. And it's really very difficult to attach to a vacant property. Vacant walls, humans, just we don't really have an attachment unless it has crown molding and brick. It has some warmth to it, right? That's what we describe as warmth here in the United States. 4 walls, drywall, plain vinyl flooring, no crown molding, no trim. It's really hard to attach to. You go from room to room to room, and you're like, maybe I can live here, maybe I wouldn't. What's the deal? You want a deal at that point because you have no emotional attachment. So I knew in my head, with my skill and Scott's talent, we could sell some homes, sell them for more money. So far, I've been 100% right. You know why? Because every home we've sold where Scott has touched the staging, changed the paint, staged it, made it beautiful on the inside, every single one has appraised. Every single one. Not one home in 9 years has not appraised. It doesn't matter who's the president, what the interest rate is, any of it. It's the story we create sells the house. He's accurate. It costs money to do that. It's still a story, and he's selling it. He and I sit around when we have a listing, come up and go, who's the buyer, Patty? And I'll say, let me look at the market. Let me look at the trends. Let me look. Who's living in the neighborhood? What's the demographic? How many people live in the home? What's the age range? That's how we plan it. I mean, there is a lot of thought that goes in to selling a home in our office. Is it going to be a 4-person home? Is it a 2-person home? Is it a 2-person with a 1 baby? How long will they live there? What's the demographic? What's the turnover for the block? What are the color selections of the homes on the street? Patty, go take the videos. I go take the videos of the homes on the block. What are the color choices? What aren't there? Are there bushes around the windows? Have the bushes been removed? Is it a thing? Isn't it not a thing? Is there a flat roof, pitched roof? What are the colors of the roof? That is how much detail we go into this. That is what they pay me for. That is what they pay him for. It's the story we create sells a house. Now that house, bare bones, could look like the house next door, but when we're done, it's not, even though it is, right? Even though it's the same house, it's no longer the same house. I call it juju. We've jujued it up. Put a plant. We don't put fake plants in there. No. We have live plants that Patty has to go water. You know why? Because live plants sell a house for more money. Because when people walk in and they're paying top dollar, they do not want to see plastic. It's the truth. I know that because I got 9 years behind me to prove it. Now, are there realtors down the road that will sell a house for similar amount of money with the plastic plant? Absolutely. But we have a standard. Standard is, that's it. It's still a story. I'm selling a story. I'm selling a feeling. But we tell the whole story. Transition to true crime. When I started this, I thought, I'm going to talk about crime in real estate. I'm still going to do it today. You know why? Because I'm going to tell you, when you tell the whole story versus the minimum story, and I don't care if you unsubscribe because you still hate watching. Don't care. I'll take quality over quantity any day. My views are up and my income is up. So booyah for Patty. Same goes to house selling. Can I sell every home in the neighborhood? No, I cannot, because I don't have time. And I can't give to everyone what I give to one. And I give to everyone, then what we do for the one means nothing, right? Got into a little debate over protesting this weekend. Not to be political, but this woman said to me, "You don't understand. It's so broad, it's fundamental." And I said, "It's so broad, you're missing the point. The reason why the protests in the 60s worked is because they had one mission: war versus peace. That's it. War versus peace. It wasn't tariffs, interest rates, jobs, blah, 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 Teslas, all that. One mission. You know why Southwest worked for so long until it's not going to work now? It had a mission. It had the customer. Now it doesn't have the customer because they want to charge you for the luggage. So they've lost their mission. Apple, one mission. Sleek, beautiful, done. Make it simple. Work great till it doesn't. The story we create sells houses. True crime is the same thing. I like to verify. I am the same person who I am as a real estate agent, who I was as a nurse, who I'm still a nurse in Pennsylvania, who I am on this screen with you. Some people don't like my bluntness. I don't care. I can't undo that for 3 people. Some chick named Jane's Whirlwind took a picture of it. It's not really worth it. James Whirlwind, Jaynes, like she's Jane Mansfield, that kind of thing. She's like, "You know what I would prefer?" And I thought, no, and I don't care. You know why, Jane? Because I can't. I can only be me. The difference between me and a Katie Cool Lady, who I'm not really complaining about, or even Fancy, I'm not really complaining about her, is I can only be me. I am not trying to appeal to the masses. I'm trying to have fun, explain the story, be as accurate as possible, give it a little different twist where we talk about real estate and we talk about what I know. I'm going to talk about what I don't know. Others, and there's more than these two, and they have fun. I'm not disparaging any of them because I don't know them. I don't have time, unfortunately. I used to watch more YouTube, but I don't. To sit around and make a case that all the other YouTubers are insane because of blank. Even though they're saying the same thing. If Fancy Fiction is literally saying the same thing I did, because I went on her Twitter and she quotes me, or she did, she probably take it down now. I'm like, this literally makes no sense. Because she's calling me. I'm going to share with you again. If you don't like it, don't watch it. It's fine. No one's going to be offended if I only have 3 people in the room. You are a distraught person. I feel bad for you. You'd think if you were a pillar of the community, dear I am, a churchgoer, also a grandma, 4 and 1 on the way, and a widely successful professional with a local radio host, I am. I've been asked for 3 speaking engagements just this week. Something I'm doing right? You'd be too busy to run a petty hate and bullying subreddit. Just because your name is Fancy doesn't mean you get to use all the adverbs. Just because you call yourself Fancy doesn't mean you are. And just because you call me petty and hateful doesn't mean I am. I certainly don't own those words. Doesn't happen. She shoplifted when she was 19. Is the best lesson she ever learned. She went on to say in a live where she completely tried to, I don't know, ruin my reputation. Hasn't, because I've been invited to 3 speaking engagements this week. I can't talk right now, so I have to take it under advisement. Still nice to be asked. I was a judge at the Tallahassee parade, springtime. So this life here and this life, this chick, this much. Fancy is like teeny tiny bit. She says she had a petty theft, and she says that she committed this theft because a boyfriend was killed. Well, it is true that the boyfriend was killed because I found in her old Twitter the boyfriend was killed. He was killed in 1999, and he was killed the day before his birthday, per her Twitter. At the time, that's what it was. Blessings to him. I mean, that's awful. I mean, I only knew one person who had died, and I was 14, and he shot himself in his parents' library. His name was Bernie. And you just remember it forever. And I mean, obviously I wasn't boyfriend, girlfriend with him, but you remember those things forever. It is very impactful on your life. Kind of like Allison's mom. Right? Allison, my father's alibi. It's kind of like very impactful. Doesn't make her a liar. Doesn't make her horrible things that she was called and now not called because she felt it was necessary for her to apologize, which I absolutely 100% respect. I believe in all ownership, not just the kind I like. She chose it, bless her heart. I will never do that because I have nothing to apologize for. So this person, human, passed away, absolutely horrible. But she didn't steal until December 2000. The man was killed in June 1999. So 18 months later, she commits a theft and then blames it on him. That's a lot for someone. Right? Isn't that a lot? Like, my mom died in 2020. I didn't commit a crime, but let's pretend I did. And I committed that crime in 2022. I mean, wouldn't that be odd? My mom died 2 years ago. So, no? Okay. I didn't think so. I think it's kind of made up. So if you're going to tell a story, be better at it. Go back, read your X, read your Twitter, and follow through, and so all your dates align, because everyone leaves a trail. Everybody. We all leave a trail. And if you're going to leave a trail where the story, this big story, says, I did this because feel bad for me, make sure that the trail lines up. That's all. Because otherwise, it's a lie. It's not a story. You know what I'm saying? No one likes a liar. But to blame, stealing gum, best lesson ever. Seriously. And then you got all the privilege because you didn't get arrested. You didn't get strip searched. It's lots of privilege for a little young white girl with blonde hair. Right? Hiring a very expensive attorney. There's privilege there. Why wasn't someone 19, white, blonde hair, strip searched? We'll never know, will we? But just to say, you're a distraught person. What was the goal? See, I think if I use words, going back to sales, my words, I need to be specific. If I say things like, I can't think of it because I've been sick, but if I say, what would be a good example of that? Marketing wise, I don't know. I can't think of anything. You're a distraught person. What would be a good thing? I feel bad for you. What would be the end goal of that? The only thing I could think of that she would be doing this for is it can't be possibly to scare me because she knows I'm not scarable. She's certainly not going to blackmail me because the first person I'm calling is Jack Campbell. So why would it? Because she says here, when I became an adult, I mean, just think about that. There's got to be like some grammaticals. If you're a distraught person, I feel bad for you. You think that if you're a pillar, I shoplifted when I was 19. I was bored and a teenager. Well, let me take it there. The story changed. There she was bored. Maybe she didn't have a boyfriend. Maybe if she'd had a boyfriend, she wouldn't have stolen. She took stock in the lesson because she got caught. But she didn't put innocent lives in danger for drunk driving. Now, why would she say something like that? When she knows it's a lie, she's never unsaid it. She's never really apologized. She went in when she got caught and she edited. And then she said she was going to call my attorney. Is that like calling my dad to ask? Does anyone know? You will not engage with me. You will not engage with me, but you will call someone a felon, and you will call them a drunk, and you will call them distraught, and then you shut the door. You shut the door because you will not engage. You're a horrible person, Batty, and you're a bully and a horrible person, and I have learned from my errors, but you have not. What? Nothing that serious. She did nothing that serious. It's the story she creates. I'm like, how many adjectives? Distraught, bad, pillar, successful, busy, petty, bullying. I mean, let me ask chat. Like, she is like the queen of adjectives, but says nothing. There's no end game. She's pissed. She's pissed I called her out as a thief, but I didn't really call her out. I said, before you even think about calling me anything, people hate a hypocrite or a petty thief more. I didn't say, you're a petty thief, but she knew I knew. And she goes on and on and on up further, where she's trying to be mean to other people that also don't care. I mean, she goes on and on about it. And I'm thinking, what is the end game? Now, I know that I am not in charge of the other people that I believe 100%, 100%. Go to the mats if they let me read those emails to you. Go to the mats that it's blackmail, extortion, coercion. But they asked me not to, so I perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just for my own comments that she's made. She believes she can say whatever she wants, and there's nothing anybody will, because her followers will glean onto the most repetitive stories. She's like that old man sitting on the porch with their hands down their pants. I was that day when Shoddrick Nobles was a fan favorite, and he was in my live, or he was in someone's live, and he went on and on and on. That's what she reminds me of. She's like that old pedophilic uncle who wants to just rub your leg and say, I have a story to tell you. Do you remember when cousin Shoddrick came to me and he wanted to be with me, and he's a fan favorite, and he wanted to go out to the bar, and he wanted to drink with me. Do you remember that day? God, that was the day. So much fun. It was so hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. Shoddrick. Shoddrick's a fucking felon. He's a real life felon. He was arrested again, November 2024, for petty theft. Uttering. He didn't show up for court. She's telling her followers, so cute, it's just adorable. Go follow his Instagram. Cute. He says some really cool things. Fun times. Shoddrick. He was a witness in a murder. He hasn't stayed out of trouble yet, but you go right ahead. You might get one little bit of a rumor about the Dan Markel case because that's all she has to talk about. And every other witness. That's all she got. Shoddrick. So cute. What else is there to say? She has to tell a story. Because if she doesn't tell a story, she's not relevant. But the difference between her story, mine, TNT, True Crime Metrics, Mentor Lawyer, our stories are accurate. I like Mentor Lawyer. Do I like what he called me? No. Did it change what I do? Never. Do I still subscribe? I do. Because he puts out great content. Do I like when he gives his opinion about an attorney? Of course not. Because we completely disagree. But I respect the channel that he's grown because he really did it off accuracy and going and finding the data and supporting the data. And here you go. Here's the data. And he's very protective of himself, and I have no problem with that. I admire it. Others share, others don't. That's the way this works. It's YouTube. YouTube owns all of it. But what he doesn't do is tell you to go like hobnob with a felon and try to warm it up to you and be like, he's so cute. He's a fan favorite. He came in my live or he came in someone's live and he just decided, ooh, she's cute. Let's go to the bar. Let's have a drink. That's someone to look up to. Dumbasses. And if you want to follow Fancy, I don't care. I don't care. But don't go follow a felon on Instagram because you hope there might be one little bit of a rumor, because that's really all it is, about a crime where a man was murdered and obliterated in his own garage. If you want to follow someone, anybody, who says, I got a picture of two teenage boys and your numbers grow off of that, that's sad. I'm sorry, it's sad. That's all you need to say. I have a photo of two teenage boys. Does anyone else think that's weird? If you don't, fair play. Unsubscribe, please, because I don't want that in my life. And I'm certainly not going to debate it with you. Jane's Whirlwinds or anyone else. It's not taunting, it's accurate. I have a picture of two teenage boys. When you take out all the adjectives, that's what she's saying. I have boots on the ground and I'm following their mother. It's a crime in several states from what I'm told. I am not an attorney or a judge. You could be seen as interfering with witnesses. Tangential? Some may be said. I have a copy of a lease. And I know who signed it. the boyfriend of somebody. I have the lease, the condo lease. What would you do with Wendy Adelson's boyfriend's lease, and how did you legally get it? Because you know what? However you got it, it wasn't legal. I know no one else wants to call you out for it, but I will. Unless you got it from the state attorney, which I don't think that this lease signed by Wendy Adelson's current boyfriend is part of an evidentiary hearing, would be obtained legally. And if I were Mr. Wendy Adelson's boyfriend, you and I would have a problem. And I think a little clip of that could be sent to him. It's not a threat. It's a fact. It should be sent to him. How on earth would you get a copy of a condo lease? I didn't say it. Jibs and Jabs has it on a video we're going to watch in a few minutes. How would you get a copy of that? Who legally gave you a copy of a contract? And you're bragging about it because you have what I call forced talking. Forced talking, it's not a psychological term, it's something I've made up, is when you just can't fucking help yourself. You have a tidbit of information, so you just feel like you got to share it. Doesn't mean if it's right, wrong, and different. It just means you got to share it. You got to scoop. Remember, something else she says, Aaron, it's fair questions. So, Aaron, I have a fair question. How'd you get that lease? How'd you get the pictures of 2 teenage boys you're not related to? Who would send them to you? I think those are fair questions. I think if we're asking random people on the intranet, I should be able to ask my accuser. See, my accuser says that I've had a DUI, that I'm a distraught person, that I'm a petty bully. Got over 100,000 people that disagree with you. So, I'll take my 100,000 versus your 9,200 all day. So, my 100,000 people may or may not like me, but they know I'm accurate. How'd you get the lease, Aaron? We know how you got private emails. That I have time on my side. Time. So once those emails are written, when you're asking for said things or being offered said things, 5 years starts the clock. So I have time on my side. People need to grow into it sometimes. They need to grow into the idea that they've been scammed. And in the beginning, it's kind of like grief. You're bargaining. You're kind of ashamed. You're like, God, that sucked. Why would that person do that to me? I must be a bad person because they did this to me. So it takes time. I have 5 years. How'd you get a copy of the lease? I think those are the questions that really need to be answered. You're getting copies of private emails. You're getting copies of teenage boys. And yet, you're saying you haven't threatened children. Haven't you? Why would you tell that story that you have a copy of a lease for a private individual who's not a witness to any crime that we know of, who's hugely intelligent, well off, good-looking guy? Why would you do it? Because you thought you had a scoop. Or someone, your realtor friend in Miami, gave you the copy of a lease illegally. You're not a journalist, Darren. It's not protecting your sources. I don't know why no one's ever asked her that. Why? Whose boots are on the ground following around Wendy Adelson? And why are you interfering with the Jack Campbell's investigation? I wonder. Thought about it while I was resting. But more importantly, I have fair questions that I think you should answer. You know what you said to Tova? Tova Walsh, one of Wendy's lifelong friends. They're just fair questions. How dare she block you? How dare she? Right? Isn't that a scalp? When someone blocks you, it's a scalp. You've blocked me, Aaron, which I think is hilarious because I can still see your shit. So, at what point do you start answering questions? Now, you can go on a 2.5-hour tirade about how Patty is mean to you and how I don't care. I don't. Because on this, I'm on the right side. You, Kathleen, the lot of you got information you had no right to and shared it with the world. And you're consistent. You're consistent. Whether it's someone's photo, you black out the eyes, throwing out that you got someone's lease. So not a lot of people would have caught that. When I asked for a copy of the lease, or when I said something about a lease, mine was public record and I sent it to the FBI. I never would ask for a private individual's lease. You know why? I believe it's in the state of Florida, third-degree felony. I'm not quite sure in your state if anything is a felony. So you may be off scot-free. But it's a fair question. Who do you have following Wendy Adelson around? I don't know. It's got to be something. Somebody's telling you. You wouldn't necessarily out loud, unless that's what's called, if that's not a story at that point, that's a lie. I have a copy of a lease. You either have it or you don't. How would you have a copy of a lease that a man signed? I'm still like, I know I'm repeating it to myself, but I cannot believe someone said it out loud. I don't know. Maybe someone else in the chat has an idea. I don't know. Oh, let's do this instead, because it might help ring my bell. Let's watch some Jibs and Jab. Jibs and Jab, I'm telling you. When I grow up, I want to learn how to do that. We'll talk about the first one. The first one is called, politely, what I like to call. If I laugh, I'm sorry. Like, it's just so funny to me. But I'm going to call it what she calls it, or he calls it, because I have no idea yet. But it's easier to say she. The village idiot. So let me turn my mic off so we don't have a reverb. And I got to turn the volume up.
It's so funny. He's such a fan favorite. And he once came into my live streams or someone else live streams, and he said that I was cool and that he wanted to get drunk with me. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me and Shoddrick getting drunk together at the bar? That would be hilarious.
I don't know why I'm saying anything, and I'm probably going to kick myself afterwards. But can someone please advise the idiot that meeting a stranger with an extensive criminal background at a bar and getting drunk is not hilarious? It is dangerous.
Was that not cool? Was that not cool that Jibs did that for Nancy?
Bitch distorts my face and calls me Donna. Notion of jibs and jabs is truly disturbing. That one that calls me a bitch distorts my face and calls me Donna. Correction, maybe. June claims she just wished him a happy birthday. Laugh out loud. What a murder-supporting dumb bitch, in my opinion. Hope you enjoy the purse and condo and whatever else. She felt connected to me, and I was new to the right. And I tried to always be polite, but it was really intense. I did like an attack on Christopher DeCoste, where she like saw something someday where she did a post where he said something to the effect of like, she said that she did a post where she demanded a public apology from him because he had said in a hallway interview with Mentor Lawyer that the state was just as criminal for arresting his client who was innocent. And she was demanding a public apology. She came to me to kind of like be like, this is what I saw, don't you? January 22nd, 2022. Shine a light here, why not? At Dr. Tova Walsh, behavior is particularly gross plus full of hypocrisy. Just look at the juxtaposition with her specialty, wow. And Tova gets in front of a camera on both issues. Dr. Walsh, you owe Ruth Markell a huge apology. Hashtag justice for Dan Markell. Hashtag Dan Markell. March 9th, 2022, number 9. You owe Ruth Markell a huge apology, and you know it, or at least you will soon enough. You got too involved on the wrong side of things. Notice even in the divorce filing, it's not too late to do the right thing. The fact that Jibs and Jabs videos use Ruth Markell's photos and images lumping her in with this online hate is wrong and disgusting. February 12th, 2024, I was hurt and upset, but by the afternoon, this is where I've settled. I will slit throats and collect scalps like I have since 2016, but now I'm much worse. I have that kind of behavior around here. It will get nasty. Breaking Bad stay out of my territory. September 8th, 2024, you should wear that block with a badge of honor. I have many blocks. To friends, I refer to them as scalps, related to this case. Here's one that not only blocked me, but locked down her account. I was asking fair questions politely. January 27th, 2022. Number 2, can't decide if you at Dr. Tova Walsh are heartless or naive beyond belief. What's up with you? Care to comment on this bill? It's proceeding through the Florida legislature, and it's inspired by the person you fully supported privately, I know, and publicly. These are fair questions. January 27, 2022. Number 3, care to comment? Hey, Courtney, how does life without parole plus 60 sound to you? Clown, hashtag no client control, hashtag justice warrior, hashtag Tara Kawas, hashtag media whore lawyer, hashtag OnlyFans, hashtag Catherine Magbanua, hashtag Donna Adelson, hashtag Charlie Adelson, hashtag Dan Markell. March 27th, 2022. Tara Kawas is doing a job, of course, but she's a trash person to utter this line. Shame on you. Tara, honestly, turns out you're a piece of shit, not a professional. Hope this stench follows you through your life. Hashtag Tara Kawas, hashtag Dan Markell, hashtag justice for Dan Markell.
I think there's more. Where's the one that she did about the lease? Hold on a second. Ah, here it is. You can tell I've been sick for a while.
I can be trusted. I never dox anyone. I never identified Donna Adelson's brother, Dr. Elliot Jacobs, or showed his picture. I never said it was a Markel who disclosed information about Donna Adelson's brother, Dr. Elliot Jacobs.
Really horrible is this guy's in touch with the Markels. You know how I know that? Because I have a relationship with them. So I was like going to them. I was like, and I don't even want to like say who, but I was going to a Markel and saying, someone is putting out that this guy is dead. And they were like, no, he's not. That's not true. We talked to him. He is this surgeon. So I'm like highly confident in this. And I'm not going to like.
I never told people where Wendy is.
What I said, she was going to be that she had moved to Austin. And, I'd heard that from multiple people. I've, way early on. And, and then there was a couple of YouTubers or people, and that's where it just gets weird, is they're saying, no, she's not, Fancy's wrong. Fancy's got bad intel and but it was very validating. I mean, I have known.
I never told people why Donna Adelson and her brother, Dr. Elliot Jacobs, are estranged. And I didn't dox Wendy Adelson's boyfriend, who moved to Texas with her and the two boys and has the lease for the condo under his name. He has nothing to do with the murder, so I would never dox him.
I have known. I've seen evidence. I've actually, seen the lease that her boyfriend signed, and I've seen pictures of the children indicating that they're in Austin. But of course, I would never say that or share them. But it's now out there. So here's the thing. Some things, and it's like I would never share these, but like, this one says, a little confused. You were not sharing these things, but now here you are sharing them. Does that make me feel bad or something? Why does that confuse you? Because I'm basically telling my story and sharing everything I never had in the past.
I never told people it was Brianna Price that was giving me information about the Adelson. Screw it. Now that she's not talking to me, I'm going to disclose everything she told me.
He taken off. Luckily, he found his way out of Miami Airport and got to his house the next day, and where he was served a search warrant, a knock at the door. Someone told me, actually, screw it. It was Brianna Price. We don't talk anymore. She went the way of the Adelsons, and we, we're corresponding a bit back in the day. And she did tell me that Harvey was on the phone with Charlie in the jail on his little tablet when the FBI knocked at the doors and just said, we've got a search warrant. And when they came in and took all those tablets. So they're probably talking about Donna's arrest and everything.
And to this I say, touche.
Welcome to Turban Time with Christmas Wine. I am your host, Caddy.
I don't have time to do what Jibs does, but I will gladly pay Jibs to do it. Now, when Jibs is monetized, Jibs should be monetized right now. I will pay top dollar for a Patreon or whatever Jibs needs, because Jibs narrows it down, because when it's so broad, it's nothing, right? Right now, it's fundamental. When you say, I've seen the lease, I know the lease, I saw the lease of a private man who signed a lease of a condo, how'd you get it? Who shared it with you? That's illegal. He died. I stole because he died. Year and a half later, he died. You stole because he died? And a year and a half later, what you do in that year and a half? How much did you steal that you didn't get caught on? I mean, come on. You weren't 12, you were 19. You grew up in Tallahassee, one of the Baptist capitals of the world. My check is you grew up with at least several of the 10 commandments, and one of them was thou shalt not steal. You know what other one was? Since I'm a church goer, I'm just going to throw it out there. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Calling someone unhinged or distraught or jealous or petty, I don't even know what the words were. Petty, bully, blah, 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 is not only inflammatory, but it's inaccurate. And we'll see you in court for it. That is a fact. You know what? I got time on my side. And in the meantime, you got boots on the ground following a witness in a crime, a murder, and harassing tangential witnesses. Now let's go back. I found a few of my own. Things that she was obviously horribly wrong about and chose not to admit. I mean, look, she blocked me. She could have admitted it. We just haven't found it yet. Let's see what's if I can find. To me, this is going to be the funniest one. I'm sorry, this is so funny. I know I probably shouldn't think it's funny. Let me get rid of my background on my, but this one, cut me a break. This is funny. This is how smart and accurate Fancy is without taking her. I'm going to start off with that one just because it's the most obviously untrue thing she posted. It's a good one, though. Good job. Good job, Fancy. Good job. Let me see. What's another one? Let me see if I found some more. Oh, that's just her. Let's see. Oh, here's another one. It's unconfirmed and subject to change, so I'll give her that. She did preface it. But I've gotten word, this is from 10/17/2024. I've gotten word from random people, rando, that this attorney is most likely Donna's pick. Thomas Finley. Never heard of him. Never will hear from him. Didn't happen. Let's see. I'm sure there's more. Let me continue. This is very bad for Dan Rashbaum. This is just 10 days before. 10 days later, he's interviewing Thomas Finley. Very bad for Daniel Rashbaum. His clients may have claimed to get some of their money back, and he could suffer severe professional repercussions. So far, hasn't suffered a one, and they're not getting any of their money back. You need my banner, Fancy. You really do. Let's see. Oh, here's another one where she knew the attorneys. Donna's new counsel. It's official. He was in Tallahassee Magazine's Top Singles 2013. This is the shit this woman puts out, claiming it's accurate. Here's another one. Donna and Charlie texting Shoddrick may shut this whole thing down. She's got something for Shoddrick, all right. Mm-hmm. More from the village idiot. I'm an idiot. On the law, she says, but I know Rashbaum not releasing David Oscar Marcus from his subpoena is no light matter. Marcus had to take his time to write a snarky at Lease. Take his time. No lawyer wants to be a witness in the state release, and Marcus is a bigger fish. I've had people tell her tell her he's that good and a factor in why the state did not go after Charlie sooner. People told her. A prosecutor told her that. Okay? Don't you ask questions. Fancy knows. Don't you ask her any questions. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Take away the fact that I'm a woman. Are you though? She, her, they, them. And read my tweet as if a man wrote it. It still works. I share a descriptive memory online and get a strange accusation. This moment I shared was funny as hell. But was it to the other people? Maybe they had their feelings hurt. These guys are my friends and I'm still in touch with them. People are her friends. The masses. People are her friends. And I'm still going to end with this one. Still funny as fuck. Start off wrong, end wrong. Good thing. You heard it here first. She is always right. Ben Graber, he was the orgasm king till he wasn't, and he told her to correct it. He didn't write the book on orgasms. She is not even right 50% of the time. She's just not. She contradicts herself. Go back. Shoddrick was in a live. He was in my live or he was in someone's live. Which is it? Was he in your live or was he in someone else's live? Now, if you talk like that, you're right both times, right? Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I remember my Rush Limbaugh. Loved him so. He had this whole thing, if you watched or listened to, where this survey, he was right 99.3% of the time. But if you say things like, Shoddrick Nobles was in my live or in someone else's live, you're right. Someone's right. Read what she says. Don't just listen. Read it. It's fascinating. She contradicts herself. Her entire transcript is one big contradiction. Let me show you. So funny to me. You may have had a DUI. I could have sworn Tim Jansen said you did. I mean, Tim was there. Was it though? Let's see. Could it have been? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe you think that that's a release. Maybe it's not. Maybe I just pulled down all the transcripts and read them out loud. I mean, it's sincerely really boring to do this. But yeah, it fascinates the shizzle out of me because I'm an analytical person. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to be talking a lot about Wendy tonight, but this is the state of play. 2 hitmen, 1 confessed and turned state's evidence at the bottom. Let's get to the point, Patricia. Is this the one with Shoddrick? Yeah. This is another piece of evidence, fan favorite, Shoddrick. If you go to his testimony, he's wearing this shirt. And it's at this point, 26 minutes in, he talks about how we're having car trouble on the side of the road. And Terrace is crossing him, that he heard the guys discuss, but he didn't. He shot the line when and then he takes them to like AutoZone or something like that, but he heard them discussing, why don't you call the lady? I mean, I believe it's Shoddrick. It's the belief it heard around the world. He was the star. And somebody that was in the courtroom, her sources, told me that he came in, and don't get mad at me, but he came in, something of weed. He smelled like he had just smoked out and came in the courtroom. Swear to God, believe it. Swear to God. Who in the world is ever going to believe? No one believes. See what she does? Everyone believes, but no one believes. So who's right? She's right. And that's how she gets away with it. She does not read any media, watch anything, didn't talk to her parents. It's a major case. A mass public interest. Reputation is in the gutter, okay, lady? Your reputation is in the trash. And you don't want to look at anything. You don't want to help figure this out. You don't want to bring justice to your sons. Unbelievable. It's baloney. It's no one going to buy it. You're like an idiot every time you say it. It's going to be used against you in court, and you know your everyday life. I mean, it's a reputation killer. You're trying to people. There's nothing where people hate to be treated like they're stupid, right? And for you to sell that to us, you're trying to make us feel like, who's making who feel like anything? You're trying to make us feel like you're stupid. True. How does Wendy afford her attorney? That's none of your fucking business. I mean, maybe he locked her down at $800 an hour or something like that back in the day, and he probably only really advises her for... You literally have no idea the conversations or the billing that John Morrow has with Wendy Adelson, and you're completely supposing it and making it your own content. How have these people not... I mean, maybe you're not worth suing, but that's unbelievable. But I just read the financial windfall she got from Dan, and then she worked at the company Vault. She worked at Impact Fund, and that was a nonprofit by a billionaire. So I assume she was executive. She had a nice salary. You know what? I looked. A lot of Wendy's executive boards, zero salary. Because I went off of what Fancy was saying. Zero salary. She did it as a volunteer. Not saying that's right, not saying that's wrong. It's zero. She made zero. She's a treasurer. She was of this Miami Freedom something, something. Bring the aliens in, something. Zero salary. She's a signer on the corporate docs. I know this because it's on somebiz.org, corporate docs. Zero salary. The woman does not know what she's freaking talking about, and yet everyone, blah, Fancy's on, Fancy. It was a health startup, and she was the chief of staff, essentially, to the CEO. So I assume maybe she got, I don't know the companies, but I assume she got a nice compensation. You don't know fuck. You don't know shit. But we're 2 minutes into 140 to 142, and you don't know anything, and you're completely supposing it. You're literally making content out of thin air. Now, she's probably not getting anything, but she's probably just living off the interest. Come on. Does anyone read her shit? Let me do it again. I just read, where? Where did you read this, Fancy? The financial windfall she got from Dan. Where would you have read that? Anyone know? Anyone know in here? Does anyone know? I just read the financial windfall she got from Dan. And then she worked at that company, Vault. She worked at Impact Fund, and that was a nonprofit which I did a Freedom of Information Act when she worked as an employee, but when she was on the board, she made zero money. By a billionaire. So I assume that she was the executive director. She had a nice salary there. You don't fucking know she had any salary. Because you don't fucking know. And then she was at Vault, which she was at Vault up here, but now she's at Vault, which was a health startup. Oh yeah, they make a fortune. And she was the chief of staff essentially to the CEO and to the founder. So I assume, more assumes, maybe she got, I don't know how the company's doing, but I assume, again, she got nice compensation package that way in a high base salary. You don't fucking know. But everyone's like, fancy, 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 oh, fancy, fancy. How would justice for Dan Markel? How would it have gone? How would it have gone 11 years without her? How? It gets better. Now, she's probably not getting anything. She's either getting a salary or she's not, but she's always right? Because she fucking contradicts herself every 5 minutes. Not even every 5 minutes, every 15 seconds. But she's probably living off the interest of the financial windfall she read about. Okay? Living off the interest, and she's going to get everything that's written to the trust in 2020, that she gets everything. How would she know? It's in the Adelson Family Trust. So she'll, how does she know? How would a woman who lives in LA, not that there's anything wrong with that, but how would a woman who lives in LA know about a private family trust? How would she know how much she's paying John Lauro? How would she know about Laura's bonuses or discussions? How would she know how much she made as a chief of staff, working for the Impact Fund? How would she know? How would she know about that man's damn lease? And I'm telling you, that is the one, because I'm a real estate agent, that is in my craw. She's pretty comfortable now, and she likes to inherit all of whatever's left in the apartment, everything from Donna and Harvey. How does she know? So I think she's okay. She can definitely afford him. How does she know? Shoddrick has I follow him on Instagram. He's got some good stuff. Let me show you Shoddrick. I don't mean to digress, but I'm just following along here. Shoddrick. Shoddrick's got some good stuff, right? Possession, hit and run, disorderly conduct, this is just Leon County, okay? Simple battery, violation of probation, defrauding a pawnbroker, uttering, this is just November 2024. Criminal use of a personal idea, but hey, let's go to the bar with him. Petty theft greater than $100. Hanging out, living his best life. He's got some good stuff from time to time. If you go to my Instagram and you go to my following, and you put in Shoddrick, you can. You can search who I'm following. You put him, Shoddrick, you can pull it up. You can follow him. He sometimes does some stories. Where in her police interview does she say she knew this was going to happen, referring to the murder? Yeah, that's in the Isom interview. Which Isom? Which Isom, Fancy? The one you claim to have died or the one who is still alive? Which Isom? Because that's what pissed you off. Because I called you out on it, but it was kind of comical. But you have no sense of humor. It's in the Isom interview somewhere. You can't find it. Someone can help out. She does say, you can't find it either. She does say that, I mean, I can hear her saying, I just don't know at what point she says. She did it again. You either can hear her or you can't hear her. That's not what she does, right? Someone can help out. She does say that, I mean, I can hear her say, I just don't know at a point she says. She was asking. She says somewhere, you can't find it. Someone can help out. She does say, I mean, I can hear her say. What? I just don't know at a point she says. And Roger W. says, which, you know, this is a transcript. She is asking, I am a suspect. And then she remembers she said, I thought that's the way you were treated. I couldn't tell from the way you were treating me in the, when I was in the car. Fancy, you're thinking Wendy's escaping to Mexico. So she's reading comments. My bet is yes. I just don't know. What? This is what this dumbass says. If she'll run, I think she'll stay and face it. She pro, honestly, I don't think about it. She either will run or she won't run. Have an opinion. People are foaming at the mouth for it. All right, it's the number one question. She says, number uno. It's the one. No one else has another one. It's one question. It's asked all the time when anybody discusses this case. It's hanging out there like a lead balloon. It's the big ass elephant in the room. Now, I thought I was the big ass elephant in the room, Fancy. I'm the one you told to go get a fucking stationary bike. Little did you know, a little kidney infection, and I lost 12 pounds, bitch. The big ass elephant in the room. I mean, she's an undoubted, unindicted co-conspirator. Gotten all these convictions. I think she'll get a hung jury. That there are jurors out there going to like her, aren't going to buy the she's selling. We already know that. That's comments. There are jurors out there saying, there are lawyers out there saying there's enough. Then I have a lot of lawyers. I have a lot of lawyers. It's honestly so easy. I have a lot of lawyers. I have a lot of lawyers. I have a lot of lawyers. Saying it's just not going to happen, and to brace myself into you. You just go ahead and get that understanding that you know they don't think they will. And it's mostly criminal defense attorneys, to be honest. But why not just try? What I'm going to do is appeal to the decision maker. Here you go. Here's another one. I'm trying not to laugh. If you don't, if don't, I know you want to keep that job. Billy Meggs had it for like 40 years, and he was your predecessor, and he groomed you. So do you want to be like him? That's Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell, Fancy Fiction, is comparing you to Willie and all the other attorneys. Like Jack Campbell doesn't have anything else to do but listen to Aaron. Okay? I just really think you make this, you need to charge her, all right? We've waited 10 years. There's enough evidence on her. Hopefully there's something in Harvey and Donna's communication and devices but she's disciplined thus far. It's absurd. It's not absurd. Which is it? See, Fancy's always right. She contradicts herself. Here's the obligatory Ruth's book, which we're going to skip because I'm not a whore. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. She goes on and on about the book. Here's, the Markel Boys, obligatory. How many shows has this woman had where she hasn't mentioned Ruth Markel and she hasn't mentioned two teenage boys? Can anyone tell me? We're going to have trivia night. She goes on about the birthdays. What a whore. God, the rest is just the same shit. Post-conviction, gaslighting. Seeing Jack Campbell's press conference after Donna's trial went off the rails and Rash Ramazan didn't give me a lot of, it didn't seem, he wasn't giving like a lot of strong signals that he was eager to prosecute, so I don't know. And that's it. I probably forgotten something, so tell me if I did. I obviously couldn't include everything, but this was, I added that because it was fun. But this was kind of my overview of things that I think it really comes down to the overt acts, things that she actually did to further getting her hands dirty, to further the conspiracy, I think. Any kind of communication that she could have said, she doesn't know. For driving purpose of driving by the crime scene, maybe it was just to prepare herself. But this is where she contradicts herself. She could have, she didn't, she could have, she did. But if she did anything to send a message to South Florida, to that something had done on WhatsApp, or there was any communication, but there could have been communication, but there wasn't communication. Or coordinating around the bump and sort of trying to cover up the not cover up. The police, trying to get you involved that way in terms of her communication. She's very disciplined. She said that several times. Anything about her giving the schedule would be interesting, or just anything in these communications. But again, I don't have any high hopes. So why should we? Fancy doesn't. Put Wendy to rest, people. Jack, off the table. Jack, it's off the table. Fancy doesn't have high hopes now. Because she's a lawyer and she's disciplined. She doesn't put anything in writing. Put him off the table, Jack. Her mom was protecting her from the moment that bump, How do I do this? No. Don't bring her up. I don't know. Now I'm going to look at the chat. Oh my God. I don't know. It's just so funny. Oh. See. Reinstate. Let's see. WhatsApp, but the deal is that you can see when the message is sent, but you can't see the message itself, so you can't read the message, but you can see the pinging of the communication because now she's a WhatsApp expert. And the only way that you could get, because it's encrypted, the only way that you could get that is if you could go in and kind of reinstate the WhatsApp and then sign in again. Right. So where that's my understanding, it may be completely wrong. Read it again for the intensity fun of it. I haven't had this much fun since last week. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what they've alluded. There's a lot of talk about WhatsApp, but the deal is that you can see when a message is sent, but you can't see the message itself. So you can't read the message, but you can see the pinging of the communication. And the only way that you could get, because it's encrypted, the only way that you could get that is if you could go in and kind of reinstate WhatsApp and then sign in again, right? So that's my understanding. It might be completely wrong, but I think that's how it was technically explained to me, because Fancy, Erin, Turtle Girl, love it. But I hope that she donated her Chanel flats. See what she does? Because she has no knowledge. She has no background knowledge. She has no knowledge. It's completely made up bullshit for over 2 hours. So that's my understanding, and it could be completely wrong. She's allowed to be completely wrong. Remember that. I say Elliot Roy Jacobs could be the brother of Donna Sue Adelson. They were born on the same street. But I still could be wrong, because I could be wrong. She's allowed to be wrong. I'm unhinged. How it was technically explained, I hope that she donated her Chanel flats. Really? You don't know shit about WhatsApp. You're literally just rambling on. Now you're at Skechers. Because you don't know what you're fucking talking about. It's nonsense. I'm trying to find more shit. Oh, here. She brings up Carl. I love me some Carl Steinbeck. I do. I don't. Whatever you all believe, I love Carl Steinbeck. Okay? I just think he's a great person. It's really funny that if you go with the previous Instagram post that I showed you about the WhatsApp stuff, the talk to my sister all day on WhatsApp, and it's all around the time of the bump. Tim Jansen liked that. And then I think he sent me a message like I didn't know about that. What? Obligatory Tim Jansen comment. Then there's anything that could come up and that could sway. But I've definitely heard that. And it's mostly criminal defense attorneys. But then you have Carl Steinbeck. And you have, like I said, the Court TV ex-prosecutor that has dug into the details and reported on the case. So it depends on who you speak with. Questions. Are you familiar with all the quotes the prosecution mentioned in the last hearing? Wendy's book, like the quote about the relocation, relocation, the judge knowing nothing, where any of those new, I've read all the divorce. I've read the divorce file, all 800 pages. What does it mean, like the quote about the relocation judge knowing nothing, or all those new? No, those were actually was in Donna's email. I was familiar with the quotes in Wendy's book. Yes, my favorite mic drop moment, where I was like, oh shit, that's awesome, is when she goes, when Georgia goes, what's the name of the university? Was like so satisfying. about the relocation judge not knowing anything or any of those things. Now, I have to be really careful here. When I say Wendy and a judge and Donna and Georgia, and I could be helping a murder because that's what she said. She wrote, Patty is coming after me, and therefore she is helping a murderer, because this woman is the woman that made justice for Dan Markel all the way. Without Aaron Rickards, aka Fancy Fiction, and her anonymousness, we would not have a trial. We would not have had several trials. It is this woman right here. Her word, Don't forget, I'm helping a murderer, but I don't illegally have a condo lease. I don't have boots on the ground following around a woman who has not yet been charged in the murder of her ex-husband. Nor do I have photos of teenage boys. Shocking, but I don't. Let's go back to it. It's so much fun. I only have like a half hour. But then I remember Rashbaum saying on Cross, because now, let's quote him. I think with Wendy that attached to that actually a picture, it was like maybe a picture of Charlie had sent her. So it was something like there was a more specific thing, but I don't know. I haven't seen proof of that. I don't know, but I haven't seen proof of that. But I kind of remember seeing that Rashbaum said that to kind of water it down. I mean, yeah, I kind of agree to this arrester and then just let her stay in jail for a year waiting for trial. It's better than nothing. I know that, but it's like something, something. I can't be this scot-free, I see what you're saying. And I kind of, the wet money, yeah, Jessica, more than one person has come to her. I see what you're saying, and I'm kind of the wet money, yeah, Jessica. More than one person has come to her, to Aaron, the source, for my next Donna's endorsements deal. Posted is one person has come to one person. Now, can we go backwards? Sorry if I'm yelling because I can't hear my own self. Because my ear's blocked. But such a good one. I have not read this until today. Just when we're reading it with you. But they just kind of jump out at the page, don't they? I remember seeing that Rashbaum said that to kind of water it down, I mean, yeah, I kind of agreed to this arrester and then just let her stay in jail for 1 year waiting for trial. It's better than nothing. I know. That's that. But it's like something, something. I can't be this scot-free, I see what you're saying. And I'm kind of the wet money. Yeah, Jessica. More than one person has come to me for my next Donna's endorsement deal. Post is it? Something about cash washing machine or money laundering machine. She is a bitch. The people own washing machines and the coins. Now, Donna did wash it, but she's accusing somebody of money laundering, and that's a crime. They're not charged with that crime. It's an actual money, and I got to find a way to make plot that out and make that work, because people are really feeling that people are craving that. What? People are really feeling that people are craving that one, not as much as Wendy's arrest, but that's what the people want. So says Aaron Rickards. HR. But that's what the people want, somebody says. Number 3, she said life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to South Florida. And she says something to the effect of, like, the judge doesn't know any better, but you know better. No, Fancy knows better. Wendy, well, I hope that Wendy tries, David says. I hope Wendy tries to flee and she gets busted in some foreign hellhole, like El Salvador. Yeah, that's where Wendy's going to go, David. I don't think she'll flee, but gosh, it's another thing that pretty much assures Donna's not going to get away with it. Wendy says, and therefore Fancy said, Wendy's not fleeing. I mean, she really screwed herself trying to flee, and she didn't even try to make it, and she booked a one-way flight. What do you mean she didn't try to make it? She was fucking on the jetway. Instead of, a return, and I was relisting to some of the correspondence, and especially in a Mentor Lawyers channel, her new go-to, about her calendar, because she doesn't have it. So she has to go to other people, because she's a thief. Petty thief, mind you. Now he's letting her use it. But she literally has no data of her own. Do you know that? When was the last time she made a FOIA request? Someone is handing her data, she says. Or she has no data. She has to hear from someone who knows someone that may know someone. That's how she gets her shit. Emailing her cleaning ladies or someone I assumed to be their cleaning ladies. You don't even know. You don't even know. Ooh, feed me, Fancy. Feed me, Fancy. Feed me, feed me. Because it seemed like there was somebody on a schedule she had to let know. She said, I'll let you know when we're back, but we have a family emergency and we don't know. But you don't know when, Fancy, whatever your name is. You don't know. Because you said, I don't know, I'm assuming. But you didn't know. But you're assuming. She said, I'll let you know when we're back. But we have a family emergency. We don't know when we'll be back. But we'll let you know when we're coming back. But it's the one-way ticket. It's, making the plan, showing Wendy where all the wills are and everything is. And the fast track visa. I mean, she was clearly fleeing, and that's going to look so bad to a jury. Thank gosh, because that and that text that I mentioned earlier about them speculating like you've done, whether it was a drug deal gone bad and all the, the dad's big birthday present, and when the first hit, literally, she runs out of shit. So she runs back to shit because she doesn't know, because she has no data. She doesn't bring the data up. She just rambles in an empty room. And you know why it's an empty room? Because it echoes. When she's on the phone, it's like she's in her closet. She was clearly fleeing, and that's going to look bad. Charlie shortly after going and said, I'm still working on Dad's birthday. She wrote, I know you'll come through for me. I mean, it all looks so terrible. She's not going to get away with it. She'll get convicted, but I'm already thinking, and what's next? Yeah, it says that in for the spring motion for relocation. Now we're back to the relocation. She was stuck in Tallahassee and wanted to get out of town. Yeah. And was only there until the husband decided the time was right for him to go. But it's funny is that I think it's Eddie Evans, he was the man at this last case management meeting because George and Sarah weren't there. His name's Eddie Evans, and he sort of comes in to work like on the jury instructions and stuff. And some appellate issues. He'll come in and sit at the table with the state, but he's the general counsel for the state's attorney's office. And he had mentioned that in addition to Wendy's book, that the state also had emails where Wendy said she was like a prisoner, or she was like a hostage, and in this town, there were other things besides the book that Wendy said indicated, so shows, videos. So it's so funny Next random shit. He's such a fan favorite. She's back to Shoddrick. She's sober when she's doing this. He's such a fan favorite, and he's coming to my live streams or someone else's live streams. See what she's doing? And he says that he said that I was cool and they wanted to get drunk with me. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me and Shoddrick getting drunk together at the bar? That would be hilarious. Until he steals your ID, dumbass. Partying with Shoddrick. Shatter. You get the details. She was called a hostage or a prisoner of Tallahassee in October 12th email. Well done. That's impressive. That's impressive, Clarissa. There's going to be an overreact somewhere. Please find one. Jen says, Fancy, did you ever wonder what the victim advocate lady made of Wendy during the interview with Detective Isa? It's funny you mentioned that. Because steal from other people, Mentor Lawyer actually found out this moment. He pointed it out in one of his videos. There was one point in the video, and gosh, maybe I'll go back and look for it. I don't know if I'll be able to find it on Mentor Lawyer's channel again, but Mentor Lawyer found this moment. Remember, he found it real time. He's like, wait a minute, I think I just found something. Oh my God. That video I watched, but there was one point where Ison comes in and she's like, Wendy's crying or something. And that, or says something. So she said something, or she was crying something, or says something. And Sarah kind of looks at Ison and gives kind of like a, I know, it's or something like a smile or something, I don't know. But then I was listening to, well, she's going to be, she's getting depoted. I don't know if she'll be a witness, but it's likely that the defense are going to pull her in and ask her what her thoughts were. And if Donna seemed genuinely surprised and so funny because Wendy turned and kind of planted the seed already where she looked at Sarah and she goes, do you heard that? Well, they seem surprised, That's a relief. So what's they're going to do? My bad, Audrey says, I've never had a pair of Skechers. Neither have I. It's like they don't sell them in LA. Okay. Despots wearing Skechers. I have like glogs for life. Like I like Brooks sneakers. All I wear is on Cloud. Of course, they're $200 a pair. And I've got this one pair now. It's out of stock, but I have the same pair. I've ordered it like 4 times. In a row. Don't let me forget that. Charlie needs some fan mail encouraging the flip on Wendy. Have you ever seen that? That a pen pal letter I did about Charlie? It's funny. I would pull it up now, but I think it's getting too late. I wrote it from an Asian girl with a backpack. What? No, I've never read this one. Dear Charlie, I'm in high school and I'm looking for a pen pal. Why did it have to be like an Asian girl? Because he liked teen children? And you're completely buying into that? You're literally using another teenager for an ends to justify your mean. And he just like basically says everything that he wants. It's kind of like really funny saying, I want to share deep, dark secrets and talk about the stock market. All right, I'm going to wrap up here. I'm going to make sure if there's anything good before I go. Thanks for hanging out with me. Woo! I'm afraid what steps Wendy is taking to keep the boys away. Wendy moved to Austin. That's how she kept her boys away. It's pretty obvious. Not a good thing. Horrible thing for the Markells. I don't live near my grandchildren, not because of any other thing other than they got fantastic jobs. Every one of my kids, praise the Lord. I think, again, obligatory Markel. I'll hit you up on Patreon. No, I didn't know about any of these emails. Yeah, but the state has all their emails. I'm sure there's some stuff. She didn't know about the emails, but the state has the emails, but she's sure there's stuff in there. They just got to get the right people because Fancy is implying that the people who could be there aren't the right people. How does that work? Fine stuff, overtax, overtax. I want to get a t-shirt that says overtax. I'll put Wendy 2025 on the back. All right, guys. Thank you so much for everything. I hope that you guys have a wonderful rest of your week and great weekend and happy Friday. Woo! So thank you for being here and listening to my contradictions. Repeated ones. And my real lack of, I know nothing, but I can go on for 2 hours and 38 minutes with 53 seconds and say thank you. Promote myself, Shoddrick, the obligatory people I know, the obligatory attorneys I know who come to me, who bring me because I am your source. Namaste. And that ends my return. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I can't even. Well, you are the morality police when you've determined yourself to be the morality police because you can be wrong. Oh. But I am unhinged. I am sad. I feel bad. Penny, I feel bad for you. Which part do you feel bad about? The fact that I sell hundreds of homes? The fact that I have a fabulous business partner, a fabulous husband, 3 grown children that make even more money than I do? The fact that I have over 100,000 followers? The fact that I have great cars. My cars run. The fact that I have people to go home that love me. I have a fab dog that I don't abuse. That people call and ask me for advice, like real advice. The fact, what part should you feel bad about? The fact that I'm blunt and completely honest and will call you out on your bullshit when you threaten people that have no earthly business doing anything but inserting themselves into what you claim is your trial because you're going to take scalps. You unhinged psycho. What pictures do you have of 2 teenage boys that you just throw out there? What? I dare you. I dare you. I really do. I have 5 years. That's all. 5. Because this just happened. I got 5 years. 5 years to follow everything you say. I don't got to subscribe to follow it. 5 years to grab every video. 5 years to piece together every little lie you tell. It's not cyber stalking. It's YouTube. It's not cyber stalking. I don't need to have boots on the ground to find the errors in everything you say. That's easy for me. It's what I do. I know how to put stories together. But my stories are honest. I disclose. I don't sit there and say, well, maybe I know, but maybe I don't know, but maybe I do. Follow me on Patreon. Pay for it. There's nothing wrong with paying. There's nothing wrong with being a member. There's nothing wrong with anyone until you lie. Until you threaten 2 very innocent people that I happen to like. And they have more to lose than I do. So, they're out of the way. Now you deal with me. You understand? Because I will call John Laura I will call Wendy's boyfriend. I will make sure all my days. I got nothing. I got nothing but time. I got 5 years. How'd you get the lease? Who showed you a private lease? Because when all things come down to it, it's not legal. Just isn't. It's not legal to have people follow around a woman who has not been charged for a crime. It's not. Read criminal justice. You're not a PI. You're not a journalist. You're not even media. You're not anything. You're a fangirl behind an anonymous post that's pissed because I gave out your name. And I gave out your name because you called me a felon. And I'm not a felon. And that is when this started. And I'm not stopping. I got 5 years. Okay? And I'm going to go to my chat and talk to the people. Because for me, I don't care how many hundreds I lose. I really don't. I've never been about that. And you can't stand it. You can't stand that the other two people don't care about those things either. Because you care so much about adulation. If I cared about adulation, I wouldn't have 100,000 followers. Because that's not how you get it. Constantly reminding people about what you're owed means you're owed nothing. Just doesn't work that way. It's like over-disciplining your puppy. You know, those little collars. Once it's on all the time, the dog doesn't know what to do. The dog doesn't do anything. It's scared all the time. That's how it works. Like training a puppy. You can call me a whack-a-mole. You can call me a whack-up. But I still have a fantastic life with a fantastic husband, fantastic in-laws, siblings, kids. My life is literally full from 6:30 till I go to bed, which is probably why I got so sick. And that's okay. It's okay to rest sometimes. I'm good with it. I wasn't upset, but I'm very happy I lost 12 more pounds. I only have 30 to go. And I didn't need an exercise bike. But I'm telling you what, you go after innocent people, you keep going after innocent people. I just keep watching. Running through your transcripts, finding the errors. Keep bringing up these obligatory people to try and give you the gravitas you so desperately want. Because you don't have it. You just don't. The further from the truth folks drift, the more they hate those who tell it. I understand that, Patricia. And I'm good with it. It's something, I'll take it as a realtor. I really do not like the National Association of Realtors. Locally, I call it all out. Like today, where'd it go? Where did it go? Explain something. This is a book we get as an annual report, which I'm going to do a Facebook Live on this week when we do our show. And it has the budget. Now, this just gives you a grip about how much I'm willing to call people out for their bullshit. Does anyone really read a budget? They just say, okay, sounds good to me. Why are our overhead expenses 44% on a building we own? Anybody know? We own the building. Why is our expense 40%? No one reads between the lines anymore, right? They just don't. Membership is down 3.53%, but let's spend more money. Realtors are down 3.62%. Let's spend more, but our overhead's 44%. It's shit like that that bugs me. But I will say it out loud, and it really doesn't. People don't like it. I ask for the agendas that each committee has as a member of the board. Public, put it on our little Facebook group. Publish the agendas. Think that's going to happen? Nope. Not going to happen. Michael says, I believe her so-called resources of fiction. Easy to throw all the blame for inaccuracy and unnamed sources because she contradicts herself. She says she has sources, but I don't have sources. But even though she's monotone and slow talking, it's just enough for people to not hear that she literally just erased what she said by her words. I don't like Chris DeCoste. He's a terrible attorney. He never listens to the answers to his questions. He's too busy forming his next question. But she acted like he wanted to date her. What? She did. She acted like he wanted to date her. Please don't share your thoughts until they've been approved by the morality police. It's true. I don't remember that, Seagate. I don't know if you're still here because I'm so far behind. How does she know it was really Shoddrick? Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woman after my own heart. How do you know? You don't. Love it. Michael, he's heard she's selling tickets. I heard she's not coming. I wish she would. Shoddrick floats around. And Joel's too, yelling at Joel to keep his name out of his mouth. Go away, Shoddrick. Shoddrick's not even in this county anymore. Shoddrick's in Jackson County. Oh, yay. Well, I'm behind, but I'm glad. I'm killing you, Patty. I'm sorry, Mary. Mary Lynn, I apologize. According to the many people who follow her, she owns the many people that follow her's people. Because the people are the people, and she owns the people. And many people, including attorneys who told her they're attorneys, and defense attorneys, one is a prosecutor, told her so. Frau Patty Mod Squad in chat. Can't believe I've caught a live stream. Hi, Wesley. I'm so sorry. I was so busy reading the transcript. I've not been able to address you. Thank you so much. I love it when Patty calls herself Patricia. I do. I call myself Patricia. My father's alibi. I hope you're still here. I'm not building it up too much. Any step forward is worth celebrating. Hey there, Patty Corchester. Hi, Eric. Hi, Tater. I've never heard so many last names mispronounced. Fancy said. Eric says, Fancy has finally found her path. It's so soon. Fancy Feast, good one. I'm just saying, be accurate in what you portray. You could be wrong. I am more than happy to make a mistake and learn from something. Today, when I went to the hospital yesterday, Dr. Gunter, loved him, so cool. He was telling me TMH, our community hospital, is the city wants to sell the hospital. They really don't own the hospital. They own the land. It's in like a 99-year dollar lease kind of thing. And he was explaining it further to me. And I was like, thank you. There's no way it could possibly know all the details about how this came about, how the land came about, how the land transfers came about. And he explained it to me because he'd been there forever. And I said, thank you for teaching me. That's how you do it. You don't assume you know it all because you don't. No one does. I don't know this entire case. Who does? Georgia? Sarah Catherine? Pat Sanford? Yeah, I'm not those people. Forensic Lauren says, I've been listening and working in the house. I'm loving this live. I wish I had the ump Patty has. Bottles that up, Patty, and I would buy it. Thank you. It's just saying the truth. I mean, we all have it. Just not always on camera and flat hair. Thank you, Max. Ilya Vazan says, girl, you have a gift for fiction. And it's the story we create, right? It's the story. But as a real estate agent, if I tell a story, I have to be as accurate as possible. It's not my house. I'm selling someone else's house. We're not selling our story. We're selling Dan Markel's story here. It's not my story. It's someone else's story. Try to be very respectful of that. And don't sit here and say, I have pictures of 2 teenage boys. I have a lease that I'm not entitled to. And I know where you live. Don't say that. I mean, I have my fears. They're just not around YouTube. I mean, everyone has my fears. I sleep. You know what? I'll tell you why I have 2 phones. People ask me. People ask me. My people. The attorneys ask me all the time, why do you carry 2 phones? Because I had 3 people that I love very much in Afghanistan at one time. My daughter, my son, and my son-in-law. In Afghanistan at the same time. There is fear. After that, I don't have fear. I had so much fear. I couldn't barely function. I had one phone in my hand and I was sleeping on the other. It was constant. It was so much. And then something happened that shocked me out of it. A kid I knew, was a child, someone's child I knew, came home, Pennsylvania, from Afghanistan, got in a car accident and died. And I thought, oh my God, I'm trying to control from around the world and I can't, you couldn't even control Pennsylvania. Like, what are you doing? And then I relaxed, but then I kept the 2 phones because it worked for work. But that's why I carried 2 phones. It was pure. I mean, I could feel it when I think about it. Just like someone snap a bone. That's how like tense I was all the time. 4 years, 3 at one time. After that, you learn you have no control over your life. And then you just kind of chill out. Some of this stuff I can't even read out loud, Patricia. Well, if I showed up like this in any aspect of my life, life would just fire me. She always treated Shoddrick like a handbag to show off. It's a great way to put it. He's not someone to throw out there. He is a felon several times, probably, I don't know. Been in a lot of trouble. Had a hard life, probably. And you bring him out for gravitas to give you that kind of like, it's almost like, oh, I just thought of it. This is an extreme example. Very extreme, not the same, but trying to, you know, when someone's on trial for murder, say Ted Bundy. And Ted Bundy was very adept, not Lori Vallow, very adept at representing himself. Remember? And he had his victim on the stand. And the victim was on the stand and she was reliving. She had to tell what happened to her. And he was reliving it. She is bringing these people up so she can relive her heyday. Because it's gone. Her heyday is gone. The trials are almost over. She's been doing this since 2016. She says. Channel's what, 2020? So for 5 years, she's been doing her channel. She's around 9,200 subscribers. She took 5 months off. She's reliving her heyday. That's why she's bringing up Shoddrick. She needs the high. Somebody write that down. Someone write that down, because I'm going to forget it. She's reliving her high. Fancy Fiction 10/2/24. People were not ready for this assassin to be young, hot, intelligent, and funny. She's reliving her hay. So is Katie, Kathleen Monkman. Every time she leeches on to a crime victim, she's reliving her hay. The Schadenmeister used to come into Roberta's chat. It was obvious reading between the line. He was always between jail cells. What with that staying at his auntie and all. Fancy and Shoddrick at the bar. My father says, I'm not our next, but yes, a quick Google shows that comment dated 10/12/2024. To most 20-year-olds, 44 is a senior citizen, and then I had that horrible skin. Max is always about the skin. Oh, that's so funny. Frau Patty is on a terror today. Shoddrick bring back Fancy to his aunt's house. Shoddrick would have her ID in 5 minutes. So funny. She's reliving her heyday. That's why she does a 2.5-hour show on shit that's not new. People are like, ooh, so good. So good, Fancy. You bring it all. Fancy, you brought it all to the house. You bring it all. Without you, we wouldn't have a damn Markel. There'd be no murder. There'd be no trial. Oh. Probably true, Eric. Past lives, dear. Shoddrick is sometimes in Fancy's chat. She must have the hots for him. You would not continue to bring someone up. You get a high off of saying it. What are you going to say? Dopamine? It's the gravitas. I knew witnesses for this crime. I know that. That's what she's doing. Oh, Jeannie, you did. You had to make a salad. Eric says, welcome back to the lettuce spinner, Jeannie. When Fancy's wrong, she can blame her unnamed sources. That's why she's allegedly has them. Her anonymousness. That's what I call it, Eric. Like, I'll tell people on Reddit, you know, like that stupid ass unique payment who I banned here is Instaban TR. Instable, not Instaban. Well, it is Instaban now. Instable TR. I'm not going with the anonymousness of the Reddit. Like, if I don't know who you are, I'm not engaging. Oh my God, that was another one. Fancy talking about the murder of Luigi. People were not ready for this. She's so insane. Sacco and oh, the two. I'm glad you're having a good glass of wine. You're moving 1 hour east of Calgary to my son's couch until you find something. I have 2 eggs in my fridge. Good for you. I don't know what you're going to do with 2 eggs without a toaster. Wow. We have closet watchers here. Come out wherever you are. Hate watching, right? There's this little kid I watch named Reese. He's on Facebook and he has this plate of fish And he always talks to his mom. He's just adorable. And he's like, these are my hate watchers. This little thing of like little pickled herrings on his plate. I have no idea if she's sober or not. She does snort. My leather Snoop Dogg Skechers are my favorite shoes. I have them in every color. Hey, Bling. Oh, well, thank you, DB. I appreciate anyone who likes me, let alone loves me. On my feet with the loudest clap in the room for Patty and a little bell. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It was really hard to read. It's hard to read, but it just made the point. She doesn't know shit. She says she does, but she doesn't. Because she says it in the same sentence. I do, but I don't, but I did, and I should, but I don't. And many people tell me, but they don't tell me, and I am told. And I am told by the people who didn't tell me. And they're attorneys, but one's a prosecutor and none's a defense attorney. But I'm assuming that she made a certain amount of money because it was a job, and that job was a startup, and she was the chief of staff to the founder and the CEO, and therefore it must have been a windfall. And I read the trust, but I didn't read the trust because the trust is private. I have two pictures. I have pictures of two teenage boys. Thank you, Lulu. Eric says he's recovering from his anxiety. I don't know. Patricia doesn't, man. I bet Patricia really doesn't hang with the unpedantic. It's like she's Bill O'Reilly, the word of the day. You know, with Shoddrick, if you wake up in the pub car park with no memory of the date and a missing kidney, don't make me snort. What will she do when she actually read this? I don't care. Because she is the gift that keeps on giving. That's just one transcript. I got others. Let's just go back. It's a copy and paste job. That's it. Copy and paste, copy and paste. You know what she does have a lot in common with? Catherine Magbanua. If you go with Catherine Magbanua's last proffer, years ago, sounds very similar. I knew, I didn't know, but I did know, and I don't recall, but I do recall. And if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't know. And I can't remember because you know. And I can't. Did you check with them? No, I didn't. Okay. I should. You didn't. No, you didn't. But you should. It's constant with her. Coming back east this weekend to bring Wesley and Jezebel back for some Napa doggy summer camp. Nuts for you. My hair is perfect today. Well, thank you, Margaret. See? You never know what people really think, because I think it's flat, because it's quite long. It's like long, and it takes a lot to pile all this sizzle up there. But I do say that. If I am wrong, I do. I won't apologize. I'll just be wrong. But I'll say I'm wrong. And I really not try to bother people that I don't think, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh my God, I can't help it. I'm laughing so hard. Can you be my new best friend? Is that to me, Margaret? Yeah. Oh, it's a lot to be my best friend. You think you do, but you don't. You never will. It's true. She knew how much she made. She assumed how much she made. She didn't know, but she could have been. But it was a windfall. So that's how she affords an attorney that she doesn't know how much she's charging. But it should have been $800 because it was a lockdown. You betcha, Gladys, Lois, Doris, Dolores. I'm glad you enjoy her. I'm glad you think I'm negative. But I'm not a double negative. You know what I'm saying? It's the double negative that you should watch out for, Gladys, Lois, Doris, Dolores. You can enjoy whoever you like. No. Patty there to the top 10 rules of gaslighting, whatever the F you just said. I mean, it's right. I mean, seriously, you know, it's the double negatives that you should watch out for. Because if somebody says, I knew, I assumed, I did know, but then if people came to me and those people didn't know, but I knew the people and the people told me a while back, and then I saw it on Mentor's Lawyer, but I didn't see it, but he pointed it out, but I didn't know. He pointed it out, but I don't know that I can find it, but it was in his film. It was on there. It was on the recording. And Sarah's looking at Wendy, and then Wendy says, Wendy knew. And then it's the WhatsApp. What WhatsApp? Well, now she's an expert in WhatsApp. You just grab onto it and you sign on what you didn't know, what you did know. Then you can redo it. Can you recreate the WhatsApp? If you only, she has no fucking clue about WhatsApp. She never will. It's not her thing. HR is her thing. Stick to your thing, and that'll be that. Yeah, hit the like button on your way out. And the thing about it is, I'm not negative. People think I'm negative, but I'm not. I'm just calling out what I see as a bunch of lies, Dolores. I'm going to get it wrong. But whatever those things are, they're lies. She doesn't know. She has no idea what Wendy said, what she didn't say, what she could have said, how she said it, the messages she said, the money she makes. She couldn't possibly know. And if she does know, it's illegal. That's it. Why would you threaten or state you have the pictures of 2 teenage boys and that you would share them, but you're not going to share them, but you would share them? Why would you do that? No one is. You couldn't possibly explain that away to me. So even if you tried, Dolores Morse, I appreciate you for coming in and telling me I'm negative, and wow. Because, dear, I have to tell you, I don't care. Because what I care about is 2 other women. You don't care about those women. I, in fact, care about Ruth Markel, the Markel boys. I care about the case. Couldn't possibly care about the case if you're listening to a woman who says, I have boots on the ground and I know. Because that is likely not legal. I have seen the lease that he signed. Man, it has nothing to do with this trial. But you all who follow her love the tea. You love that tea. Tea is so good. You can't help yourself. Even though there is no tea, there was no content. 2 hours and 38 minutes and 53 seconds. Nothing new. God, she can bring it. She's so good. She's so good. So good. Meanwhile, pulling it out of thin air. It's all good. Emails to other people threatening them. That's nothing. You don't care. No one cares. I care. You know why? Because I was made a part of it. You know why I was made a part of it? Because I called her by her real name, Erin Rickards. And I will continue to do so. You know why? Because I got 5 years and 11 months. That's why. Or 4 years and 11 months. I can't even add. But I correct myself. So crazy. Dolores, just, yeah, her. The best qualities is that we know whatever we say, you organically understand the intent, never misconstrue our words to belittle us. Thank you. I'm not trying to belittle people. But Dolores had nothing to do with Fancy. She never will. She's one of 9,200 people that are anonymous to Fancy. Fancy doesn't know her subscribers. She doesn't. She doesn't. I know my subscribers. I respond to my subscribers. I like my subscribers. I engage with my subscribers. She can't do that. She tries. She fails miserably. I read it. She can't do it. She has, as soon as she's done a topic, Shoddrick, where are you, Shoddrick? She can't do it. So funny. She did go after it. She went after Tanika 2 cents. She was whole. Tanika. Tanika's smarter than me. You know why? Tanika went to the state attorney office. I went to the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office said, we don't have it. It's too much. She went to state attorney's office for Sarah Boone. I was like, oh, I'm never doing that again. Tanika's smarter than Patty because Tanika knew where to go and I didn't. And it doesn't even matter. Kudos to Tanika. It's out there and I didn't have to pay for it. Well, that could be reversed too. Markels are nothing more than a commodity to fancy fiction. But could it be reversed? Could the Markels talk to Fancy? She says she has a relationship now. Could it? I'm not going to assume. I'm just not. But I mean, maybe they have a legitimate friendship. Maybe they don't. Maybe someone's on the board. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're the CEO. Maybe they're the chief staff. Maybe. Anyway. Hi, Becky. Hi, Becky. Tanika has connections too. She was very forthright about how she did it. She went right to the state attorney office. Good for her. I mean, I'm all about the hustle. I am all about that hustle. You had to get cortisone shots. That sounds very painful. Very, very painful. That was fun. I missed it. I missed you all. She could mock me. She could call me on anybody's on it. I don't care. I don't think it's Shelley Markel. I mean, I don't think it could be some extraneous Markel. We don't know because we don't know. And I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. But I think Shelley Markel, she's an attorney too. She's just woman focuses. Her mother, her father, the boys, her own children. She's got her own family. No time to worry about damn fancy fiction. Thank you for being a member, Arlene. I hope you still like your hair. But I learned so much. I mean, I learned by reading this. I learned the woman knows nothing. Until you break it down, you don't know. Hey, I was like, remember when I first started? Oh, Fancy. God, she is good. Fancy's good. I paid her. I paid her on the Patreon. I don't regret that. You know why? Because I've learned. She doesn't know shit. She's a Pete and repeater. She takes other people's little bit of knowledge. Or she's got people on the down low, dirtier than we think. Kathleen Monkman. And they're feeding her stuff that she ethically should not have. Kathleen Monkman. Because it's true. There is no way that fancy fiction would know what she knows without Kathleen Monkman's help. Not about Mia. Not about Allison. We're on the same path, Wesley. There's no way. They glean on, they sit there, they zone out about the good old days before I came into the room. Remember when Shoddrick was in the live? Remember when? Remember when I wasn't a witness on the stand in the Scott Peterson trial? You know, someone, Crime and Coffee, because I'm going to name, and I were chatting, lovers, very kind to me. I try to be very kind to her. Hope she feels that way. Said to me, Kathleen Monkman, she didn't call her that. I call her that. Kathleen Monkman was a witness in the Scott Peterson trial. And I said, spontaneous utterance. No, she wasn't. She said, yes, she was. I said, no, she wasn't. She's like, what? I said, she wasn't a witness. She wasn't in the witness box of the Scott Peterson trial. She said, yes, she was. I said, she wasn't. I said, Rochelle, I feel like we're both good at certain things, and she's good. And I was like, go research the witness list for the Scott Peterson trial. You will never see Kathleen Monkman's name on it. Not even mentioned. Not even subpoenaed. Nothing. Nothing. She was never a witness in the witness box. Never subpoenaed for the Scott Peterson trial. It's all lies. It's a sham. It's a sham. She was quite shocked. She went and found the research. She's not. People just want to be part of something bigger. And that has been Kathleen Monkman's thing her whole life, is I want to be a part of something bigger than what I already have. That's it. It's the sum total of her needs, the hierarchy of needs. That's it. It's not even about, makes me rethink my whole look good, be right thing, because look good, be right, they're not right. She's wrong. She's never been a witness. But she wanted to be something bigger. So she follows around, gleans on to people that are true. I mean, active victims. They're in the active, like, grief portion of their family's murder and the loss of a child and the loss of a daughter. Kathleen Monkman out. Sorry, ain't normal. It's not normal. Patty, that's why she tries to make her subs dislike other creators so she can copy other creators without the risk of her subs realizing it. Till they read it. And bless his heart. I mean, I do. I'm like completely sincere about Mentor Lawyer. I'm completely 100% sincere about it. Man, that's fantastic content. I know people feel differently. I like his voice. He went to the AI. It's unlistenable to me because I know it's not him. I already know what he sounds like. So I don't like it. But I'll read it. I'll go to the transcript and then I'll read. But I don't like it because I liked him because it was authentic. And now she's like, Mentor Lawyer says. Really? Pay the jibs and jibs. You're making me laugh. Such a good one, though. I'm sorry, Jibs. It's my favorite. I know you've grown. Your talent has grown beyond that video, but it's so fantastic. I love it so much. 5 months ago, can you believe it? 5 months ago, this was made. And it pisses her off to this day.
Our first contestant is Caddy Cooklady. Tell us a little about yourself.
I'm Caddy Cooklady. When I started my channel, it was for the purpose of sipping wine and for letting you know who I know. By the way, I'm friends with Ruth Markel, just in case I haven't said that on my channel. If you say anything that is contradicting to my view, I will get triggered and send you to detention. But first, please contribute to my coffee.
Okay. Thank you, Caddy. Our second contestant is Patty Snitches. Tell us a little about yourself.
I'm Patty Snitches on the bitches. Don't do anything in front of me, bitch, because I'll snitch anytime, any place, anywhere.
I can attest to that.
Okay. That's great, Patty. Thank you. Our third contestant behind the screen is Beachy Fiction. Can you tell us a little about yourself?
I'm Beachy Fiction. I was the first to report on the Markel case, and I have a lot of haters.
Okay. Right, lots of haters. Ain't that something? Thank you for that, Beachy. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't see your $40 friend of Ruth Markel t-shirt. Thank you, Catty Cook Lady. Anyway, these are the 3 YouTuber contestants on tonight's game. The categories are alcoholic drinks, circle of trust, crime, Dan Markel murder, hurricane. Beachy Fiction, we will start with your choice of category.
Dan Markel murder for 400.
Name the investigator who interviewed Dan Markel's ex-wife.
Who is Beachy Fiction? That is right, haters. I'm the original OG. You best kiss the ring.
Sorry, Beachy Fiction, but that is not the correct answer.
You are wrong. You are a hater too, just like all the other circus freaks that don't recognize that I'm the OG investigator. And I have all the informants from Miami to Austin, Texas, because I am Beachy Fiction.
Okay, nice try. Thank you, Beachy. I see how the question might be confusing. I will be more specific with our questions. Patty, you are next. For 400, who was the Tallahassee homicide police investigator who interviewed Dan Markel's ex-wife?
Who is? Detective Craig Isom.
Brown noser.
Beachy is my friend and she is always right.
Why don't you kiss my ass?
I didn't do anything. I'm the victim. I don't know why you are attacking me. The OG investigator of the Dan Markel case.
Bitch, are you crazy?
Ladies! Patty, stop!
Beachy, did you do something different to your hair? Your hair?
That is so good. I can't even stand it. Like, that is so good. Look at the little lump on the back of my head. It is so good. How could you not love that? So good. So good. Let's see. Oh, here's the Wendy one. This is a good one. Hold on, let me start again.
Hi, I'm One Dress Wendy, and the Whale Harbor House is on the market for $1.1 million. I want to discuss my new line of multifunctional decor. Let's begin in the living room, this large open space with a fantastic view of the pool can be used for small family gatherings to entertaining large groups. This house has hosted many fiestas. In case you didn't know, fiesta means party in Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? Because I'm the only person that can speak fluent Spanish from my family. I just wanted to throw in that rando fact. Anyhow, during the last fiesta, held here in honor of my brother Charlie, this living room was able to accommodate ATF, FBI, Miami police, SWAT team, and Tallahassee police without incident. Well, maybe a minor incident when a SWAT team member got tangled up in the barbed wire, but that's not important. What's important is the display of my art and the library of my precious books. This is my precious library. Since childhood, I've been an avid reader and lover of books. Above the bookcase is a display of my artistic side. I used the photograph of the book I authored, This Is Our Story, in case I didn't mention it. Yes, I'm a published author. My book was forced on many a student, but that's not important. What's important is that I made money. So as I was saying, I used the photograph on the cover of my book and a photograph of my mother Donna's banana bread in a clever way. I began the process of duplicating the pictures, then added many different bright colors, similarly to the Andy Warhol pop art. The only difference is my mother said that my art is a masterpiece and his is crap. Anyway, let's move on to other features of my decor line. This lovely tri-purpose deco basketball arcade game can be used to entertain the kiddos when grandma is away for an extended vacation in a gated community. Plus, it can be used to obstruct the view of any pesky law enforcement or FBI agent attempting to peek through windows. In addition, it can serve as a barricade to block entry through windows and doors. Here is another view of the deco basketball arcade game. As you can observe, the platform is on wheels, making it easy to slide it forward. The heavy-duty positive locking brakes on the wheels means there is actual mechanical engagement on the wheel tread to ensure it holds. Of course, it won't keep law enforcement out forever, but it will sure delay their ability for a quick force.
Can I stop right here for a second? Look at the detail in this mirror, how Jibs put this credenza thingy from IKEA here as well. Fabulous.
Forcible entry. Once the deco basketball arcade game is placed into position, lock the wheels by stepping on the brake arm and you are done. Let's move on to the sunroom with a spectacular view of the pool. As you can see, the sunroom has wall-to-wall puzzle mat foam flooring. This type of flooring is essential to secure your footing in case you need to sprint out the back door. The rando seat placed at an angle has a dual purpose: to relax while reading my book, or when you need to get away, it can serve as a small obstacle to help impede the free flow of a foot pursuit. The master bedroom has a great view of the pool. Warning, please do not open any of the drawers. My brother Charlie keeps many reusable adult toys to mitigate the barrage of complaints due to his performance, or should I say lack of performance. Many of you will be critical of the photograph of the second bedroom located on the third floor, especially this woman, who will criticize the placement of the bed and sofa, but you see, she is not a visionary. If she was a visionary, she would see the dual function of a sofa. In her mind, a sofa is used for sitting and lounging. But I am an outside-the-box thinker. When a sofa is placed correctly, it can be used as a form of barrier or barricade. Plus, the addition of the floor lamp in the corner can be used to wedge all the furniture together and prevent intruders from taking you into custody. The backyard should be kept free and clear of furniture that can impede a quick exit. Lastly, keep your boat fueled and ready to go. For more information on my evasion of apprehension home decor line, you can find me at One Dress Wendy. Thank you for your time.
It says, I said before, I think Louis Rivera could just be Jack Boy and Sig was more senior connected. Huh. The Caddy Show. It's turban time. Yeah, producer says he was outside.
Welcome to my new channel, Turban Time. I am your host, Caddy, where we can dedicate our time to solve crime through bottles of wine. As you know, I am a murder survivor. I am here today to bring you something of real value, something to enrich your life and bring you peace, joy, and wisdom. Something I call Hoa-Tree, healing through poetry. I'm sharing this book from my medicine cabinet with all my turbanators. The book is called The Different Heads of the Same Snake, I think you'll like this poem called Leaving in Stitches. We like Patty because she a little batty. She came up on the scene with a whole new different theme. She had flow and started to glow. I couldn't let that go. She's a host on the radio. So I gathered my other bitches to turn on Patty snitches. Behind the scene, the trio schemed to clear the scene of Patty's theme. How was I to know that Patty, who's a little batty, would get my addy and drive up in a caddy? How was I to know my bitches would scatty? Then I heard her say, y'all started this, bitches. Now y'all leaving in stitches. I hope y'all enjoyed the poem and thank you for your time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All comments are welcomed. And please donate a small tip to my Drinkity Drink account and show your support.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be back in Tampa.
Host Caddy. Welcome to Turban Time with Christmas Wine. I am your host, Caddy. My husband is upstairs sleeping and I'm trying to set up my Christmas tree quietly before he wakes up. Most importantly, I want to share a beautiful book with one of my favorite poems with you and to show there are no hard feelings. Mr. Beasley and I want to leave a large Yule log right at the doorstep of each of my critics. The book is written by the very talented Elegant Hurry 6400, a true master at poetry, and it's published by Reddit. Thank you, Elegant Hurry 6400. Your words bring joy and laughter. So let's get started.
It was the night before Christmas. We had just settled down when out of the night came a horrible sound. I ran to the door and there on the lawn was a car with wipers and headlights still on. I opened the door and said, "Lady, are you hurt?" She was covered with candy, flowers, and dirt. She said,
No, I'm fine. Just a bit of bad luck. Would you be so kind and call a tow truck?
When she got out of the car, I couldn't believe what I saw. She was wearing a turban, bathrobe, and shawl. I took her inside to warm up while we waited.
I have good insurance and I'm rich.
She stated. She stumbled and mumbled and then started dancing and said,
I should be in Florida having Christmas with Jensen.
She sat down again and then became chatty, then mumbled.
Arlene, then Debbie, then Patty.
She said,
We did nothing wrong. Not us three, not SP, not Fancy, not me.
Suddenly she turned and said with a scowl,
I'd be in Florida right now if not for that owl.
The truck hooked up her car as it was snowing, came to the door and said,
Lady, we've got to get going.
As she stumbled to the truck, she said not a word. She turned back to me and shot me the bird. The moral of the story is perfectly clear. As we celebrate Christmas together this year, if you're going to drive, please don't be reckless. And whatever you do, don't throw away that necklace.
Now, do I sound like somebody who would drink and drive? I would not.
AM alarm. That was my 7 a.m. alarm. You won't believe this. A little over a year ago, I set my alarm at 7 a.m. as a reminder to pick up RM and take the person to the airport so she could fly back home to another country north of Florida. Don't ask me who it is because mum's the word. I'm not a name dropper, like some YouTubers I've seen. Those type of people are shameless. Anyhow, ever since that glorious day, I have never changed the reminder on the 7 a.m. alarm. So every time I have an appointment at 7 a.m., it will be forever designated to my very good and close friend, RM. Isn't that touching? I also like sending her cutesy text, reminding her that her bestie, me of course, picked her up at 7 a.m. and drove her to the airport. Hang on a second, I'm texting RM. Hey, I'm picking you up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and we are going to get a new haircut and hairdo. Isn't that hilarious?
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, she got right back to me. That's great. Me too. I don't know if I've mentioned to y'all, but she really cares about me. And she is helping me publish the book I've been writing for the past 30 years. Speaking about the book, be ready for Santa Claus to bring you a gift for 2025. But for now, I'm giving y'all a little peek where the magic happens and sharing one page of my upcoming and soon-to-be best-selling crime and makeup book. Tomorrow, I want you to come along on a ride with me and Mr. Beasley for my hair appointment. For now, we can spend time here reminiscing about the good old days, the days of 3-hour live coffee talk about my trauma, my drama, the trauma of drama, and poems. Those were the days before the owl, when my detention center were full of unruly, toxic subscribers. One day, I'll be back on live. The one good thing about taking a break from my daily live chats is that now I'm more aware of my surroundings. Because danger can be lurking around every corner. But some people are consumed with themselves that they can't see what's ready to devour them. Can you believe that? I don't have to worry about that. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ouch, Mr. Beasley. Why are you biting me? Do you need a little shock? Sir, I'm trying to make a video here. Why are you shaking? I'll just have to put you in your detention crate. Hold on, everyone. I'll be right back. The shock collar is working fantastic for Mr. Beasley. He is so quiet now. This is the first time he has acted up in weeks. I don't know why he was shaking. I'm thinking he was cold, which is weird because the heater is on. He is probably being dramatic. As I was saying before, Mr. Beasley over there started being a weirdo. I do plan to come back, and I will be reopening my chat room. I want y'all to understand that I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for you and the thousands of people who have emailed begging for me to return to my channel. But I can only come back when the time is right for me and people's memories have faded. So far, I'm shooting for June 16th, so anyone who wants to fund my trip to Tallahassee for the Donna Adelson trial can buy me a drinkity drink. Speaking of drinkity drinks, I have a new idea for January. Lastly, I'll be reading a poem about insanity by Maya Anthony, but I added my own little twist. So let's get started. In the mind's deep shadow halls, where squirrels bounce from unseen walls with thoughts that run wild, unconfined through the maze of a scrambled mind. Words whisper, shout, and intertwine, a symphony of words that will end in infamy, an endless chase in the head of an empty space, for the mind of the twisted. I wonder why that poem was recommended to me. Any ideas?
This is the first time I heard her say that the book was Crime and Makeup. I didn't hear that before. But this is the first time I've noticed the crate in the back. I hadn't noticed it. So funny. Ah, Chibs. Good one. It's funny. Oh my God, we're getting good now.
Hey there, we have hoes in the house. That's Dwayne's house. We have small, medium, and large hoes to fit your need. We rent, lease, and sell hoes, so come on over because we have hoes in the house. No matter where you leave your luggage, you will never be a victim with the Brutus Master locking system.
situation. I apologized to Katie many times, but she did not want to hear.
By introducing I want to begin by introducing the YouTube content creators that I will be addressing in this video. Let's start with Fancy, who presents herself as a victim/warrior for justice in the Dan Markel case /OG content creator. But behind the scene, you'll find a pushy, controlling, and angry bitch that instigated a large part of this drama. Hello, Donna. Then you have Katie Cool Lady, whose sister was murdered, and brands herself a murder survivor /victims advocate /mental health something or other. But when the mask slips, oh dear. Let's weld the mask on, because the cool lady is more like a kook lady that makes me want to build a fortress wall. Then you have Society Simp. What can I say about a pink pooty hat wearing? Soy drinking estrogen fueled male feminist. Dude, stop drinking the soy. You've slipped from a simp to a pet gimp for Donna and the kookster. That being said, let's get started. Hola, what's happening? Thank you for being here. I have two very special guests. The host Patty from Patty's Playhouse.
Thank you for having me.
And Allison from her father's alibi.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to my new studio, ladies. I want to begin by addressing the pink elephant in the room. Shout out to Mia Wallace for having me address the issue with the crazy bitches as a pink elephant. I wouldn't want to offend them nutballs. So let's start with you, Patty. When did the conflict or attacks on you begin?
Well, the rudeness towards me began before I actually had a YouTube channel. It started during a Ruth Markel book signing event. I was introduced to Katie, and she literally gave an about face and walked away during the introduction. I knew then something more than sand had crawled up her ass. Then when I started my channel, I felt some hostility by some of the OG content producers, but kept on doing my shtick, which is real estate and comedy. Then things got a little nasty when I began making fun of Wendy Adelson's housekeeping skills and her choice of clothing. For some unknown reason, Wendy's dirty house is off limits according to the internet, but I don't give a rat's ass, so I continued doing my shtick. Then the second wave of attacks came with the Dan Rashbaum bar complaint.
Interesting. I'll circle back and address these attacks on you, Patty. But I first want to get Allison's story. So Allison, I see you are a Yale professor by day and a gangsta at night. So what exactly happened between you and the turds?
Well, I contacted Katie because I felt a connection with her. I also lost my mother at a young age, and just like her, I was raised by a tyrant absentee father. Plus, we both have had a family member murdered, so I thought that she would understand my journey in getting justice for my mother, Nancy Galvani. I didn't know there was trouble behind the scene between content creators, but things got hot after the Donna Adelson trial was delayed and Patty had reported Dan to the bar. Katie began to accuse Patty of trying to copy her.
Me copy her? On purpose? Was she having drinkity drinks when she said that? That bitch is all shades of cray.
She probably was, but it's hard to know because she's always talking some madness. But anyway, one day I saw Patty on a live stream. I went into the chat and said hello to her. A few days later, I received a call from Katie, and she was screaming that I betrayed her by going on Patty's channel. Then I started getting long, nasty grams from Society Simp disparaging Patty. I honestly was stressed because I thought I had ruined the chance of getting the word out about my situation. I apologized to Katie many times, but she did not want to hear it.
You apologized to Katie? For what? Was it an, I'm so sorry for saying hi to Patty, please forgive me, and I will never say hello to her or any other person you dislike apology? Don't get me wrong, I am not shaming you. Given that behind the scenes, these content creators were actively trying to squash Patty, you must have thought you would suffer the same fate.
Yes, I did, and I also felt I was being disloyal to Katie, who had helped to bring attention to my mother's murder. But thanks to my husband and Mia Wallace, who both helped me realize that I wasn't the problem and I had done nothing wrong.
It was ridiculous of the kookster, Fancy, and the rest of the turds to demand or order you to stay away from Patty's channel, or from any channel. If you want to bring attention and justice to the murder of your mother, Nancy Galvani, you need to be a guest on many different channels. I bet if your mother's murder was high profile, the kookster would be out in the San Francisco Bay Area, combing the scene with a metal detector trying to find the murder weapon. Let me show you the next clip of Ruth Markel. I admire her strength and determination. She is truly a fighter. And for those of you who may not know who she is, her son, Dan Markel, was a Florida State University law professor who was murdered inside of his garage in 2014. Evidence in the case pointed towards the family of his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. As you can see, Ruth has appeared on Court TV, Law and Crime, Mentor Lawyer, Roberta Glass, AA Legal Focus, STS, Women in Crime Podcast, the Wondery Podcast, and Court Authority Podcast, and other YouTube channels that may or may not be on this board. Do you think the trio would dare tell Ruth not to appear on certain channels or podcast because it's a betrayal to their friendship, or because they feel the host of certain channels are disrespectful towards the victim? If the issue is because of disrespect, let me show you the following clip. As you can see, we all need to take a lesson from the trio, who show respect by posting the decapitation scene from the movie Kill Bill and giving the credit to #justice for Dan Markel for the video. Our next lesson in respect comes from the Kookster. Great friend she is. So will the still grieving mother, Ruth Markel, was giving a presentation and signing copies of her book. The Kookster decided she was going to be rude and unwelcoming to Patty, who at the time did not have a YouTube channel, and was just a guest at Ruth Markel's book signing event. To Lady Macbeth, why don't you post your
situation. I apologize to Katie many
What's that one? Oh, do we move?
I learned something new today, but it might be a secret, but I'll tell you anyway. Jail sucks and it's filled with criminals. No way, I can't believe it. Shocking, I know. But apparently Donna Adelson thought she was going to the Four Seasons. Hey, you know what they say?
Get what you fucking deserve!
This whole thing started when she masterminded a murder for hire and put Dan Markel in a grave in 2014. Then laughed about it. All because Dan wanted the experience of being a father to his kids. But Donna's needs to be a grandmother was more important than him, and traveling from Miami to Tallahassee to visit was an inconvenience. Now she finds herself on trial and likely going to prison. Currently, Donna is housed in the Leon County Detention Facility in Tallahassee, Florida. It's kind of like the Four Seasons, right?
What?
Donna's lawyers filed 2 motions. We will start with the first. What I call jail sucks. Please let me out on bond motion. Donna testified about the horrible jail conditions, which basically amounted to earwax, a bad mattress, and too many carbs in her diet. She also mentioned an incident of battery and of extortion. Not once was she able to squeeze out a tear for such a traumatic event. I'm honestly skeptical about her story. The language seemed scripted, made more for a cheesy Hollywood movie or TV show. To me, it doesn't sound like the dialect commonly used by inmates. And this is what she had to say. The first incident occurred in the annex shower. Donna said there are 7 shower heads, and she takes the same one in the corner because it gives her more privacy. Donna showers very early in the morning since it's usually empty. As Donna begins to explain, she visibly began shaking. She said, she felt a hand go from the top of her butt up her back and yelled, "Stop it!" And she turned around. The inmate said, "Did you like it?" Donna told the inmate, "Get out of here," and started to scream, and the inmate ran off. Donna said there are no custody officers near the shower, so no one heard her screaming. I find that unusual because Donna stated she showered early in the morning when no other inmates are there. I would assume the inmates are sleeping, so the area would be silent. A screaming woman would be easy to hear by custody officers and inmates. It's only my opinion. I wasn't there, and it could have happened. The second incident occurred in October. According to Donna, she was brushing her teeth when all of a sudden an inmate came up from behind her. The inmate grabbed Donna's left hand and twisted her arm behind her back and jerked the arm upwards towards the neck. Donna asked the inmate, "What are you doing?" And the inmate said, "You are going to buy me commissary." Donna said, "What?" And the inmate said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." Since Donna is a flight risk, she had to explain the attempted getaway to Vietnam so she can be released on bond.
Vietnam, because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, you know, we've been to Vietnam before with friends, we were on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We can buy a ticket and we can go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Sure, Jan.
How many of you believe Donna and Harvey would come home to be arrested?
She's as truthful as I am.
Right.
The second motion, Donna's attorneys argued to throw out potential key evidence in the case, namely a jailhouse phone call with her son, Charlie, where she talked about possibly killing herself or fleeing overseas to a non-extradition country, stating Donna hung up the phone and it was a privacy issue for the jail to continue recording. I think Donna is delusional and unable to see the mountain of evidence against her. I bet she is wondering why the state is unjustly targeting her. It wouldn't surprise me if she's blaming the Markells for it. But that's common for a person with a sense of entitlement.
Search for transparency. So if I feel like other channels aren't, or I disagree with the content, and we'll take Donna's uncle for instance, one channel, Fancy Fiction, believes the man is alive and he is a plastic surgeon in Boca. I could be very wrong. I believe he has passed away. Now she could be speaking to, you know, she talks about how she has all these sources. She could be speaking to Robert. She could be speaking to the Minces. She could be speaking to his wife. She could be speaking to a lot of people. I have no idea. I'm just going by data. I haven't spoken to anyone because I don't feel comfortable calling people. I just look at data. But my data says he is passed away. Her data says he's alive. When I research her data, Fancy Fiction, it says that this man, the plastic surgeon, Elliot Jacobs, was actually born in New Rochelle, which is not where Donna was born. It could be a complete coincidence or not a coincidence. I don't know because I haven't spoken to anybody and I'm waiting. I ordered his death certificate. So I went and ordered Elliot Roy Jacobs' death certificate, as you can. You don't have to be a family member as long as you're not looking for the cause of death. It's just the short form. So it won't say the cause of death. It won't give a social security number. It won't give anything personal, but it will say what his parents' names were. So that's why I ordered it. So I will pay the money to either prove myself right or wrong. And that's just how I work. Have I ever tried those silicone things you freeze?
So anyway, that's why I did it. I guess that got me in trouble with Patty. Then this other one was apparently Patty was, this is why she's so mad because I have to correct her. But another one is that she kept saying, and I kept hearing because people were telling me like Patty's found out that like Donna's brother and basically, and then she started saying like he's dead. And I was like, no, he's not. And like I corrected it a couple times, like in the chats and comments. But then like she really started like being her thing. Like she had found like the genealogy or something, and that he was the guy. And then like I was really trying to find out what it was, but what she really, you know, what she did is she kept saying, because I had to go and look and I pulled her thing, is what she was putting this out. And people were like challenging me, saying, you're wrong. Because she says that Donna and this Elliot Jacobs weren't from the same because he was from New Shell and she was in Queens, so they didn't live in the same places. But everybody who's like from New York or lived there in New York, that it's like in the next borough. It's a 30-minute car ride here that I've mapped. It's like 15 miles, right? So in New York, that's like nothing in New York. That is like saying they can't be brother and sister because someone was born in Thomasville, Georgia, while the sister was from Tallahassee. That's what she's saying here. And then she went and said like something else like didn't match up, and that so she had like ordered a death certificate, like had gone to those lengths to like prove me wrong. And then, or that she was right about this. And then she went on to like, I actually tuned into this when I remember like I clicked and she was talking about it because this was all going on. I was like, what is she saying? And she said that she had like emailed, if I remember correctly, I will issue a correction if I didn't. She had said that she had emailed two of the like ex-wives of the deceased guy to like get confirmation. But what was really horrible is this guy's in touch with the Markells. You know how I know that? Because I have a relationship with them. So I was like going to them. I was like, and I don't even want to like say who, but I was going to a Markel and saying, someone is putting out that this guy is dead. And they were like, no, he's not. That's not true. We talked to him. He is this surgeon. So I'm like highly confident in this. And I'm not going to like, but again, these are the things I learned. I took a 5.
Let's do this again.
Search for transparency. So if I feel like other channels aren't, or I disagree with the content, and we'll take Donna's uncle, for instance, one channel, Fancy Fiction, believes the man is alive and he is a plastic surgeon in Boca. I could be very wrong. I believe he has passed away. Now, she could be speaking to, she talks about how she has all these sources. She could be speaking to Robert. She could be speaking to the Minces. She could be speaking to his wife. She could be speaking to a lot of people. I have no idea. I'm just going by data. I haven't spoken to anyone because I don't feel comfortable calling people. I just look at data. But my data says he is passed away. Her data says he's alive. When I research her data, Fancy Fiction, it says that this man, the plastic surgeon, Elliot Jacobs, was actually born in New Rochelle, which is not where Donna was born. It could be a complete coincidence or not a coincidence. I don't know because I haven't spoken to anybody and I'm waiting. I ordered his death certificate. So I went and ordered Elliot Roy Jacobs' death certificate, as you can. You don't have to be a family member as long as you're not looking for the cause of death. It's just this short form. So it won't say the cause of death. It won't give a social security number. It won't give anything personal, but it will say what his parents' names were. So that's why I ordered it. So I will pay the money to either prove myself right or wrong. And that's just how I work. Have I ever tried those silicone things you freeze?
So anyway, that's why I did it. I guess that got me in trouble with Patty. Then this other one was apparently Patty was, this is why she's so mad because I have to correct her. But another one is that she kept saying, and I kept hearing because people were telling me like Patty's found out that like Donna's brother and basically, and then she started saying like he's dead. And I was like, no, he's not. And like I corrected it a couple times like in the chats and comments. But then like she really started like being her thing. Like she had found like the genealogy or something and that he was the guy. And then like I was really trying to find out what it was. But what she really, what she did is she kept saying, because I had to go and look and I pulled her thing, is what she was putting this out. And people were like challenging me, saying, you're wrong. Because she says that the Donna and this this Elliot Jacobs weren't the same because weren't from the same because he was from New Shell and she was in Queens, so they didn't live in the same places. But everybody who's like from New York or lived there in New York, you know that it's like in the next borough. It's a 30-minute car ride here that I've mapped. It's like 15 miles, right? So in New York, that's like nothing in New York. That was like saying they can't be brother and sister because someone was born in Thomasville, Georgia, while the sister was from Tallahassee. That's what she's saying here. And then she went and said like something else like didn't match up, and that so she had like ordered a death certificate, like had gone to those lengths to like prove me wrong. And then, or that she was right about this. And then she went on to like, I actually tuned into this when I remember like I had clicked and she was talking about it because this was all going on. I was like, what is she saying? And she said that she had like emailed, if I remember correctly, I will issue a correction if I didn't. She had said that she had emailed two of the like ex-wives of the deceased guy to like get confirmation. But what was really terrible is this guy's in touch with the Markells. You know how I know that? Because I have a relationship with them. So I was like going to them. I was like, and I don't even want to like say who, but I was going to a Markel and saying, someone is putting out that this guy is dead. And they were like, no, he's not. That's not true. We talked to him. He is this surgeon. So I'm like highly confident in this.
So I'm gonna stop right there on that because those things like I didn't go searching. Let's see. I didn't go searching for the brother because I wanted to prove her wrong. I didn't give a shit what she said. I don't give a shit what she says now. But let me show you what I know. So we know that Donna's mother's name was Lorraine. Lorraine did not live in New Rochelle. Not 1 minute, not ever in her entire life. Never. This is where Lorraine, this is the 1930 census. Now, I believe Lorraine is her mother, right? Like we've all known Lorraine was Donna's mom. This is Ancestry.com. So this is where I get my data. I pay for it. It's lush. It's fabulous. Manhattan District. Lorraine, Roth, Philip, William Rose. Born in Austria, lived in Austria. Born in New York, father's birthplace, Austria, mother's birthplace, Austria. This is accurate. 16 years old she was. 27 Division Street. 27 Division Street is right here in New York. Is that New Rochelle? Does that look like a woman who 6 years later came into some money and no, it's not. Right? That's not it. 10 years later, she's married. Beauty of Ancestry is it highlights it, so you don't have to. She's now a Jacobs. She's a wife. Lorraine. No. Louise Jacoby. Let's see. Let me go to the next one. Is this the license? Lorraine Roth, married to Charles. Right here. Lorraine Roth. Isn't that nice? Look up everyone's life. Lorraine Roth Jacobs. What year was this? She was 31 years old. Charles Jacobs. This is his draft card. 1693 65th Street. Does it show the back? Yep, shows the back. 1940. We know Donna was born in 1950. 1940. They lived at 1693 65th Street. Let me get it. Brooklyn. I'm gonna go. So here's 65th. Numbers have been changed. It was somewhere in here. Brooklyn. Brooklyn. Hoboken. Brooklyn. Let's see. Let's just say how far is it to New Rochelle? 30-minute car ride in the 50s. Okay, I get lost. Now, it's an hour and 31 by train. Who knows what it was driving in the 50s? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But that's New Rochelle. And that's Manhattan. Brooklyn. The borough. Could they have lived in New Rochelle? Could they? Everything's possible. Let's go to... This is when Lorraine died. I got to sign in. Hold on. I don't have it on my already subscribed. Click here. Lorraine they're not verbose on these obituaries, okay? April 18th, 1999, Miss Lorraine Roth Jacobs passed away of unknown, I'm assuming, natural causes. Never know. I'm assuming a lot here. So it's not that one, that's 99. When did the old man die? He died a lot longer before that. Let me go to Charles. This is what he died in 75. So Charles Jacobs' obituary is, let's see if this is it. 1975. That would have made her 25, right? And Elliot would have been a few years older. Do it. God, I don't want it. I want it to zoom it. Oh. Here it is. Sorry, it's opposite. Here's Charles' obituary. Charles P. He was 66, 3500 Southwest Natura Boulevard, Deerfield Beach. Passed away Friday. Where in here do you see a son's name? It is not. It's not there at all. He's survived by his wife, Lorraine, daughter, Mrs. Donna Adelson, as Jib says, Adelson, Coral Springs, a brother, Sam, a sister, Mary, one grandson. So whatever happened between Elliot Jacobs and Charles Jacobs happened before 1975. He's not even listed in the obituary. Have the Markells spoken to this person? Maybe they have. I don't know. Has A. Markell? Any A. Markell? We don't know. But the son is not listed in the obituary. So whatever rift it was well before Charlie was born, Wendy was born, Wendy got married to Dan. I mean, it is. He's not in there. So I just wanted to share that with you. The distance between New Rochelle the census, the year Donna was born. Charles had worked as a clerk at a brokerage firm. Lorraine, wife, 4 years younger, worked at home. Elliot's son was 4, born in New York. Donna February, born in New York. They lived on 65th Street. They did not live in New Rochelle. So when they lived near the now Starbucks in Brooklyn is where they lived when she was born. Nowhere near New Rochelle. Now, could they have gotten on a car in the 50s, driven up to New Rochelle, planted themselves there, took out a lease, lived in New Rochelle, changed their names? Yes, could have happened. But for now, this is where the family lived, 1693, 65th Street, which is exactly where Charles earlier signed his draft card. I don't even know what to say because there's nothing to say. So, Molly's the mom, born in Russia, 1920 census. Let's see if she ever lived in New Rochelle. She ever live in New Rochelle? Forsyth Street. New York, not Westchester. Borough Manhattan. No. You know, I could be wrong. Hard to say. You're not rushing me. I'm going because if I don't go soon, I'm going to be very sick probably tomorrow. Mr. C, yes, Charlie Jacobs died before Charlie was born. He died in 1975. His son was not in his obituary. Now, I am not a sleuth, but something big happened for you to not have your son in your obituary. You only have one son. That is a fact, Mr. C. I wonder that too. Maybe Lorraine and Charles were overbearing like Donna and Harvey. Elliot flew the coop. Charles Jacobs worked at a firm at a brokerage. Mine, Elliot Roy Jacobs, worked for a brokerage firm. Could be a coincidence. He was big. Like, he was a big guy in a brokerage. Not stock, mortgages. Patty just got on again. I'm sorry, I'm still here. You're listing a contract. Congratulations, Marta. Woohoo! Marta got a contract. So what does all this prove? Nothing yet. I don't have any verification of 100 or not. Mine just proves that if there was a rift, it happened before Donna was, it happened in 1975, but before that. So Wendy would never have met him, likely. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was not named in my mom's obituary. Yes, something big happened for that to happen. And I'm very sorry. But that's true. It had to be that way. Something big. War. I don't know. I have no idea what could have happened. No earthly idea. But I just find it hard to believe that she knows exactly what happened and that he lived exactly down the road in Boca, because it just doesn't make any legitimate sense to me. He's a plastic surgeon down in Boca, about the same age, but there were multiple people that year named Elliot Jacobs. That is not unusual. But when you go to his bio, let me see if I can find it. I had his bio for a while. He attended, I'm not going to get it right, Stuyvesant. I went to Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York City. Who paid for that? So if Elliot Roy Jacobs, let's see this. This is Elliot W. Jacobs. So mine is Elliot R. Hers is Elliot W. He went to, where is it? So here it was 1979. He was a plastic surgeon. 1980 was on Park Avenue. 82. Where is his bio? I might have to show it another time. $1979. Yeah, it goes to Mount Sinai. Who paid for that? I mean, maybe back in the day you get to go for almost free. But they clearly didn't disown him because he became a doctor. So it had to be something else. Do you know what I'm saying? I thought we knew there was a rift. Didn't Wendy's uncle do something to her when she was young? Wendy wasn't born when there was a rift. And you may have missed it, but the uncle wasn't in the obituary of the dad, and the dad was Charles Jacobs. Nobody was noted in 1988. But if that's what they're saying, I hope somebody has an authority. Just saying. So, yeah, I'm not ever going to repeat that because, no. There was a rift prior to 1975. And if you're going to say something, I don't know. Wendy's uncle. There was a big rift. Wendy wasn't born in 1975. Harvey is a single child. That is accurate. If I had a brother that is a plastic surgeon, I would not stop talking to. I know that doesn't make any sense, right? That is exactly. Donna became a teacher and a game show contestant. And then this guy goes to Mount Sinai. So, I don't know. Is there a CV for him? Oh, God, he calls it now. It's now called Sanctuary Plastic Surgery. Oh, my God. I don't see a CV or anything. Because he does trans surgeries now. Financing. That's what he does. He does financing. Where's the old? I'm going to have to go back and archive the Wayback Machine. He used to do a lot of cleft palate. That's changed. But he is Elliot W. Jacobs. So yeah, it should be a little easier than it looks, but I guess it's not. His site clearly says financing. I'm not trying to blast him. I know he went to Mount Sinai. He has a degree, a medical degree from Mount Sinai. How much would it have cost back in the day? Pioneered blank. He's an accomplished musician, athlete, and writer. Known for his personalized care. I'll find it. I just need time. If fancy fiction, no offense, nothing fancy fiction says should be accurate. So I'm not gonna post that, Moonchild. I'm really not. Because there is nothing to say that any of that is accurate. I'm sorry. Nothing. I have nothing. And so I'm not gonna post that. But thank you all. Please tune in to Allison. I know Murder was trying to help me carry over to another show, but I don't know how to do it. And so I'm not going to. But thank you, True Crime Wifey. Oh, no. I just don't want to. You don't have to apologize. I just don't want to highlight it. That's all. Because I don't have any proof. I just don't want to highlight it. If that makes sense. Thank you very much. I like you, Moonchild. I hope you're not offended. I just don't want to highlight it without proof. True Crime Wifey, thank you. And again, thank you, Arlene, for being a new member. I appreciate you all very much. I am going to go rest my voice. Please enjoy Allison, My Father's Alibi next. Thank you.